Digo, good morning.
¿Qué vocecita?
No,
Good
digo, me voy,
morning.
Oh,
morning.
hello.
Digo, voy a ver cuál soy para cambiarme el nombre, porque estaban todas oscuras, las mías también. Digo, me tengo que dar luz, Esther, te tenés que dar luz. Así que estaba ahora cambiando el nombre.
Estamos de recién levantada las tres, ¿no?
Sí, y yo cuando estoy tomando
Yo me desperté a las
antibióticos,
7, pero da igual.
ah,
7:15.
Yo es que me despierto siempre muy pronto, pero eso, una cosa es que despierte y otra que sea persona.
No, claro, claro, es lo que yo siempre digo. Una cosa es,
A
no,
ver,
no
¿qué
esperen
pasó?
que salte. Hay gente que espera, viste, que saltes así de la cama. ¡Oh!
sí,
No, yo no soy persona, pero
Si yo
no soy
estoy...
una morning person, empezando por ahí.
Yo,
claro.
yo sí, pero aún así... Bueno, es que esta semana estuve además otra vez un poco mala
Oh,
y me
Oh,
lo noto, que cuando estoy así, como soy normalmente muy bastante hiperactiva, cuando estoy un poco mala es como, "Oh, qué bajón, que no tengo energía para hacer nada".
claro.
Y encima estoy en un sitio horrible porque en mi habitación no puedo estar ahora. Y aquí es que no sé qué hacer con la luz, pero bueno, es lo que hay. Parece que
no te
estoy...
preocupes,
Ani, una preguntita.
dime.
En este primera personal, el primer profe lo presento yo, porque
Sí,
no tiene, pero en el otro, que es de Portugal, sí, está
sí,
su.
No, aquí
sí.
tengo.
Ahí
No te,
nada, solo
yo voy,
está.
exacto, exacto. Y aparte, si querés tomarte el respiro, estoy yo también, así que no te preocupes,
Sí,
no te
sí.
Sí, yo
preocupes.
voy a estar sacando, voy a intentar eso, estar para ir compartiendo cosas también, así que
Vale, yo lo que,
etiqueta a
este,
todas las
mira,
asociaciones.
ya está Hen, ya está Peter Holly. Lo que me preocupa es que no esté Daniel.
Porque Daniel tiene que, él ahora tiene que.
Claro, Daniel Sherry.
Ah,
Aquí.
Daniel, digo, pensé que
Ah,
decías
No,
pero yo
no,
también dije yo, pero no era
no, no,
después.
no nuestro Daniel.
Voy a buscar
Daniel
Daniel.
Sherry.
A ver, ¿tú quieres saludar?
Ay, sí, yo escuché tu gatito.
Tengo dos.
Oh,
Qué
Uy, uy,
bueno.
déjame mal, sí, está enfadadísimo, no me soporta.
¿por
Hola.
qué?
Y la otra, como cojo a este, la otra está en plan, a mí, pero siempre quiere que me vaya para otro lado, que, bueno, o Diego, que nos vayamos para otro lado, porque es como, ven hacia mí y aléjate del otro gato.
Claro, que yo soy único. Pero
No, yo
mi
por eso,
móvil. Ya ven. Sí, yo las escucho, pero voy a buscar el móvil.
yo gatos, o sea, me encanta ver los gatos, me gustan estéticamente, pero, hey,
Hi,
Good
hello,
morning.
change the
Hello.
name.
another Annie.
Another Daniela Mirano. It's the
How do
case of multiple personalities.
I know, right? I've joined using
Oh,
your name,
somebody's
Danny.
joining. Good.
How do I change my
I'm
name?
hungry.
You go to
I've
the
got I've
top
got
of,
it. I've got it. Don't worry.
okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
because I sent speakers and monitors my invitation to make
Yeah,
sure that you got the right one.
got
And
it.
so,
Done. Can you see my name is different now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, there you are.
thank you.
I'm worried that Daniel is not here yet. Well, he has to start at 20 past. So I may, in 3 minutes, I will uh, give some housekeeping messages.
Danny, Annie, how should I pronounce his surname?
Sherry,
Sherry. Okay.
like sherry, the wine.
Mhm.
So we
So we
have
have
some
people from
familiar names
Hungary,
here.
Croatia.
Hello, Peter, Hind,
There's, a,
Hala,
there's somebody
Liliana,
with a similar name to mine. That's cool.
Adriana. Yes, there is an Adriana
I
there.
like that one. I like the spelling of
Yes,
that one.
but that Adriana must be by the. I think that the surname is Croatian, probably.
Yeah, it says greetings
Um,
from Croatia.
yes, there's uh, Bosnia. Let's see. Well, Peter is in Hungary. Yes,
Okay.
and then we have Adriana from Croatia. Hello, Daniel. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good,
How are you?
fine, fine. Lovely to see you.
Great seeing you as well.
Ah,
Okay, so people are slowly getting up and getting ready for the day. So let's see. Good afternoon from Pakistan, Tarim. Oh, we have Kurdistan, Iraq, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Saudi, Croatia, as I said. Very complicated surname. Yeah, yes, Adriana. I can say your name, but I wouldn't dare say your surname because I'm very likely to mispronounce it. Moldova, that's Aliona. Croatia, Yasna. Tarim from Pakistan. From Ukraine, Sonia from Portugal. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the second day of the fifth online conference of International TESOL Associations. Today we have a long day ahead and a lot of speakers and the help of my super monitors. This morning we have Esther, Adriana, and Jessica. So a little bit of housekeeping. Yes, please keep your microphones muted to avoid any background noise and avoid disturbing the speaker. If there is time, we may have questions at the end, but only if we have time because we want to keep to the timetable. Please write your questions in the chat and we will be keeping an eye on the chat. Hello, Ludmila.
Hello. Greetings from Ukraine.
Thank you. Lovely to have you. As you know, we are having 10-minute session breaks in between sessions so as to have time for a stretcher and a cup of tea. If you need a certificate, certificates will be available after the event on request. And I will be sharing, Adri, could you please share the email address? It's TESOL-SPAIN-resources@gmail.com. Please make sure that you write your name as you would like it to appear in your certificate. Because sometimes we only have an email address and of course we cannot possibly create the certificate from that. I would like to remind you that we are in Seville next year. That's our conference, our national, we say national conference because it is held locally, but it's international because yesterday people asked me if people from other countries could join in, of course. And we do have speakers from all over the world. Daniel himself has been one of our plenary speakers. I remember in Salamanca in 2020. So we have lots of participants from all over the world. So you are very welcome. And we also have an online option. I will be giving you more information about that. Well, Adriana is putting the link in the chat so you can check our website. But right now, let's begin the day with our dear friend, Daniel Sherry. Esther, please introduce Daniel and let's rock and roll.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's a pleasure for all of us to have you here. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce Daniel Sherry from ELT Council Malta. Daniel, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Esther, for introducing me, and thank you to Annie and TESOL-SPAIN for organizing this wonderful event. It's great to see so many friends here in the audience, and I'm very happy to once again be speaking at this event. Today I'm going to be wearing my ELT Council hat, so I'm speaking on behalf of an organization in Malta that is also responsible for organizing an annual ELT conference, and I hope to see some of you at the conference next year. It will be our 15th anniversary. Today in this talk, I'm going to talk about something that I've long been reflecting on, and that is how, as professionals, as ELT professionals, we are very much defined by our ability to reflect on our practices, to consider what we do in the classroom, why we're doing it, how our values, assumptions, and beliefs shape who we are as professionals. Now, I know that many teachers around the world perhaps work in contexts where they don't feel respected as professionals. And there is also research showing that in such situations, respecting oneself as a professional is also bound to how we see ourselves as people offering a service to our language learners and as individuals capable of thinking about our practices. Now, obviously, that might not influence the way policymakers, school leaders, institutions look at us, but at the same time, we come across to our learners and to other stakeholders as individuals who are fully capable of considering the reasons for which we do what we do as professionals. In the first part of this talk, I'm going to look at the value of reflection for us. I'm going to do so very briefly because this is ultimately something that has been long considered by the academic literature. And then I'm going to shift the focus slightly to consider how emerging technologies are almost assisting us in this endeavor. And I'm going to be looking at the way technology can nowadays contribute to our reflective practice as ELT professionals. The first question that I need to obviously address is ultimately, what is reflection? And when we look at the literature on reflective practice, we come across a wide array of definitions. There was even one researcher who found it very difficult to pin down exactly what reflection consists of because of so many different directions and the way people think about this activity. I've been teaching reflection for many years at university, teaching it to undergraduates, but also to teachers. And I myself find it sometimes hard to make people understand that even though we're all capable of thought as human beings, reflection is something that can be developed, can be cultivated. It is almost a skill set that you need to deliberately seek to foster in yourself. Perhaps one of the best ways of answering this question is to go to our friend John Dewey, the American philosopher who gave us one of the most popular and cited definitions of reflection. And we notice here that for Dewey, reflection is something that you do deliberately. You willingly consider the beliefs or the knowledge foundations that you have, and you consider them for the purpose of understanding why you might be acting in the way you are, or drawing the conclusions that you're drawing from those beliefs and that knowledge base. And that is in a way very, very useful because when we reflect, we are not just reflecting on actions, but we are also reflecting on what led to certain actions or to certain practices. So we are reflecting on our values, our attitudes, our beliefs, our assumptions as well. And in doing so, we are seeking ways of either validating the way we're thinking and the way we're acting, or else perhaps questioning what we're doing as a means of developing our practices. And as you can understand, this is very helpful for us as professionals. And that is why over the past decades, the very term reflective practice became so common in our field, and not only ELT, but education more broadly. And here you might recognize this person. This is someone who I met several years ago for the first time at a conference in Dubai, and I interviewed him about his area of specialization, reflective practice, or else, as he prefers calling it, reflective inquiry. And you can even see it written on his baseball hat. he was also someone who gave a plenary at the ELT Malta conference a few weeks ago. And when I talked to him about reflection and the value that reflection has in enabling us to develop as professionals, Tom Farrell said this, and I'm going to give you a few seconds to read through this. What I like about this quote is how he considers reflective practice, the very act of reflecting on your practices, during your practices, or even for the development of your practices, is that it's almost a dangerous activity. Dangerous in the sense that it can sometimes destabilize the way you think about yourself and what you do. Perhaps shake your beliefs about what's happening in the classroom. And we all know that the classroom is a complex environment where the behavior of the different people in that context is determined very much by the way they interact with one another, the way we interact with them. So there are different forces shaping that complexity. And reflective practice allows us to consider what's happening there. It almost allows us to gather evidence of what's happening. And by means of that evidence, we ultimately determine whether we need to change things, we need to improve upon things, we need to take a different direction. And that different direction might sometimes be a bit scary because it forces us out of that comfort zone. It forces us to follow a different path as a professional. So it's not always a comfortable process, but it's a very useful one because it is perhaps the cheapest and the most efficient way of engaging in professional development. What are the benefits of reflection? And I've already alluded to some of these by what I've said so far. Well, according to Farrell, it makes us aware of who we are. So it makes us aware of our professional identity and our professional practices. And it also makes us understand how these practices are very much shaped by certain forces that lie within us or outside of us. These could be values, these could be beliefs, some of which we might have inherited from our teachers, our trainers, from the context in which we work. And so reflection enables us that this is what's happening and why it's happening. And in doing so, we come to realize whether the future can be shaped in a different manner. Other research points to the value of reflection for the sake of well-being and resilience. So reflection is a means by which we actually become more resilient as professionals. We safeguard our own mental and physical health as well, because it leads us to think better about what we do. And it also makes us aware, perhaps, that what we're doing is having a massive impact on us. I personally found it very useful to engage in reflection at a period in my life where I was working way too hard and I experienced burnout. So by means of reflection, I realized that some of my own practices as a professional were highly harmful for me and for my family. It also supports innovative practices. Now, we in ELT, we give a lot of value to professional development. Here this morning, we are attending a professional development event, and I congratulate you for waking up early and attending an online conference like this. But it is not only from such events that we learn as professionals, and we shouldn't always associate our professional learning with events like this or with other events organized by publishers or teacher associations. It is not that way that we should look at professional development. And professional development is not something that should only be associated with face-to-face or online events. We also engage in professional learning when we find perhaps systematic ways of thinking about our practices. And in reflection, there is a lot of systematicity as well. So you can think about what happened in a lesson, and you don't really give it all that much thought, or else you can adopt certain frameworks and certain models that have been developed to help you think about what occurred in a lesson in a more structured manner. And that kind of structure is very, very helpful. It's helpful because it makes you aware of certain issues that might have occurred in a lesson, for example, and it might also start making you think of ways in which you could innovate your practices. So yes, reflection is a very powerful source of innovation. We don't only innovate because we listen to experts telling us about things that we should be doing in our lessons. And reflection is most important because it challenges us. It provides us with a very important source of challenging our own assumptions. And I'm sure you'll all agree with me that there are many assumptions that shape the way we actually teach, the way we position ourselves as language professionals. Sometimes these assumptions are so powerful and so entrenched that we don't even realize that they are operating in the background, that they are almost shaping who we are as teachers. And that is why it's important to ultimately use reflection as a means of interrogating these assumptions, questioning their validity, and determining whether they might no longer hold any truth to them. And there are different ways in which we can do this. And as I was just saying, reflective practice allows us to engage in this particular task in a more systematic manner. For example, we could take or we could adopt a framework that was developed by Brookfield that allows us to look at our practices and how they are shaped by particular assumptions by adopting different lenses. And Brookfield came up with these 4 different lenses. And I'm sure even if you're unfamiliar with Brookfield's framework, I'm sure that some of you have used more than one of these lenses. The first one is to look at what's happening in the classroom, what's happening in our practices via our students' eyes. So in a way, trying to see the reality of our teaching and the reality of our students' learning through their eyes. And by means of that, we come to realize that perhaps the assumptions we're making about what's happening in the classroom, well, those need to be questioned further, because this is not the same way our students see that reality. Another important lens is that provided by our colleagues. Some people make the mistake of thinking that reflection is a very personal and independent process, something that we do in isolation. But as I'll be saying quite soon, reflection is also a collaborative activity, or it can be a collaborative activity. It can be an activity that we do jointly with other people. It can be a means by which we start seeing what we're doing, what we believe, and what we value from the perspective of others. And in that way, we come to realize that perhaps why we're acting in the way we're acting is very much shaped by assumptions that we've never questioned, that we've never actually stopped to determine whether they are valid or not. Personal experiences are also very, very important. And yes, we know that all of us we build on these experiences in understanding the world. Our frame of reference as professionals is very much shaped by these experiences, whether they were positive or negative. The mistake some of us make, though, is to only limit ourselves to personal experience, to see the world, and by the world, what I mean here is obviously the world of language teaching, only through our own personal experience. And just because we had a particular experience, and that might have been a negative experience, it could be, for example, an experience of a particular group of learners, or a particular language level, or specific materials, or a particular method or approach in ELT, then we say, well, that's my experience and that's it. That's all that matters. Well, that is problematic because we are limiting ourselves to something that might, in a way, end up blinkered, highly blinkered. And the last important lens that Brookfield talks about is that provided by theory and research. I've been working in the field of teacher research for several years, and I value research as a means of enabling us to reflect on our practices. It is not only the research that we conduct as professionals that's valuable, obviously, but it is also the published research, the research that is published perhaps by people who work outside of our schools, people who work in academia. That might also provide us with an important perspective to consider when we're examining our assumptions. This is an activity that you might want to do with a colleague at work, perhaps someone that you trust and someone who has the same values when it comes to professional learning. It's a very simple activity, but it's a means by which you help one another to challenge or reframe your assumptions or else your beliefs and values in relation to language teaching. So if you'd like to make a note of this, this is an example of how we can engage in collaborative reflection, helping one another to use reflection for a very specific purpose. And that purpose is aligned with our professional learning as practitioners. Now, for many years, when I thought of reflection, when I thought of reflective practice, I, in a way, considered it to be a place. This is a photo I took at a botanical garden in Perth, in Australia. And it is a garden called, or it has a section of the garden that's called a place of reflection. And for several years, I thought of reflection as a place. So I looked for opportunities where I could actually sit down and reflect. And in a way, reflection was always that place I went to in order for me to grow as a professional. But over the past few years, I've also started thinking of reflection as a partner. And this is because technology, and certain technologies more than others, are positioning themselves, or we're positioning them, as reflective partners, as means by which our reflective practice, our ability to engage in reflection, can be supported, scaffolded, and assisted by a non-human actor, that is, technology. And in the rest of this talk, I will briefly consider ways in which different kinds of technologies are helping us to do this. So technology can be seen as a reflective partner. And it can be seen as a reflective partner because it is a means by which we develop in our professional identity. We also continue to direct our professional learning, but it also provides us with a channel by means of which we mediate our inquiry. So it is almost like that special colleague that we all yearn for, a colleague that helps us to grow. And some research, well, quite a lot of research, is nowadays looking at how teachers are no longer using technology as that place for reflection, but they are also co-constructing knowledge with technology. So there is this partnership involved, a partnership between the human being and the machine. And that partnership, that collaboration between the two, is for the benefit of the human actor. And even though this might sound like something quite fancy and exciting, or else highly disturbing for some people, what we need to remember is that if we are enabling teachers to build this kind of relationship with technology so that their reflective practice is supported by technology, they must also be equipped with the necessary criticality for them to always take agency, for them never to forget that they need to critique, adapt, and reject whatever their technological reflective partner is providing them with. And that is a very important part of the skill set that we develop when, for example, we use generative AI for this purpose. So part of our AI literacy as teachers, if we're using generative AI as a reflective partner, should also be that of critiquing what our partner is leading us to think. Now, this idea of technology as a reflective partner is not something entirely new. In fact, those of you who have been reading about educational technology for the past 10 to 20 years know that there are other tools, other platforms that facilitate this kind of relationship with technology for the purpose of reflective practice. For example, some of you might have used digital portfolios. In our context here in Malta, ELT teachers working in schools, they have a portfolio. Initially, that portfolio was made up of a folder of papers and collating their achievements, their reflections over a period of time. Then there was that switch to electronic portfolios. And nowadays, most teachers use digital portfolios as a means of not only charting the development, but also as a means of recording the thinking about the teaching. And the research on portfolios and collaborative platforms could be as simple as a shared document that people contribute to, that a community of teachers, a small community of teachers contribute to. Well, the research indicates how by means of these tools, what's happening here is we're curating learning artifacts. We're curating the artifacts that manifest our own professional learning. And it enables professionals to actually link the theory to the practices. And the research also indicates that there are several benefits to this. It fosters metacognition, for example, the ability to think about your thinking. It enables you to engage in self-assessment, but it's evidence-based self-assessment. It's not merely assessing one's practices on the basis of impressions. It's not impressionistic, it's evidence-based. It is also, or potentially, it could also lead to a community of teachers learning from one another and engaging in social reflection. So just because we're using technology, it doesn't mean that we should feel more isolated. We can actually use technology collaboratively when using it for the purpose of reflection, and that helps us to learn from one another, as well as from the technology itself. There are also professional learning communities, and some of you might form part of these professional learning communities. Professional learning communities using a wide variety of different platforms. In current research, it's shown that teachers actually use this for learning from one another and learning also by means of experimentation. So, for example, in the past 3 or 4 years, there have been professional learning communities around the world that have been formed specifically so that teachers could learn together about how to use generative AI. And rather than learning from an expert who comes and tells us all about generative AI, we're learning by experimenting from one another. And we're also mentoring one another. And some teachers also engaged in action research projects together and learned from those and shared what they learned. And there were also collaborative research projects. So technology here is assisting us with this kind of reflective practice, and the feedback that we get from our human colleagues is as useful as what we learn from using the technology. There are also video-based and multimodal reflection platforms. And there's research showing that if we have the opportunity of filming ourselves teach and then observing ourselves do so, we start noticing certain patterns that we might fail to notice if we merely pause to think about a lesson after we've done that lesson. So the very act of observing ourselves gives us a sense of distance that helps us to notice certain things that we might not be able to do so. And there's research on 360-degree video, virtual reality, immersion experiences, and how when teachers actually watch one another teach, and that kind of dialogue that they have about watching one another teach via video, that is very, very powerful as a means of enabling them to learn from each other. Given the huge fuss that we've been making over AI, we cannot fail to mention how various kinds of AI tools, both generative and not generative AI, allow us to do this. AI gives us that computational power for us to visualize patterns that we might not be able to visualize if we were to merely focus on our own recollection of what happened in a lesson.
Daniel, sorry to interrupt you, just to let you know that we have 3 more minutes.
Yes, I'm about to
to
conclude.
round off. Thank you.
And there are tools like, for example, specific AI dashboards that help us to do this. So the value of these tools is that we move from the descriptive to the critical reflection stage. And they provide us with that kind of evidence that can allow our reflection to reach a very powerful point in changing our practices. These are some activities that you might want to make a note of when it comes to using technology for the purpose of reflective practice. The slides will be available at a later stage, given that we just have 3 minutes left. And what these activities help us to do is collaboratively, as a group of teachers or with a colleague, we actually harness the power of technology for the sake of using reflection to improve as practitioners. For example, these are some suggestions on using classroom video and AI to deepen reflection. These are some activities that we can actually do, whether it's video journaling, AI-assisted transcripts of our lessons, or even feedback that students provide us with on our teaching via that video evidence. So we're looking at our teaching from the learner's perspective, to go back to Brookfield's lenses. And these are some scaffolds and dialogic structures that help us to do this. We don't have time to go into them, but the slides will be available at a later stage. What I'd like to conclude with is a framework that I published earlier this year that helps us to use technology as a reflective partner. And the framework is made up of 5 key elements. The first one is pedagogical alignment. So when we choose a technology, when we choose a particular tool, we're using it because it assists our reflection for the development of our practices and makes us better teachers in a way. The second one is that the technology is helping us move towards that critical level of reflection, away from the descriptive and into the evaluative, if you want to think of it in terms of Bloom's taxonomy. The third element is that we shouldn't think of technology as a replacement for our human colleagues, those colleagues who might have been assisting us with our reflective practices up to now. We can still use technology as a reflective partner while also using our colleagues for that same purpose. The fourth element is something that I've already touched upon, the importance of remembering that when using technology, we should also be mindful that there are issues involved, and hence we need to account for those. And the last point is about our agency. We should always see technology, and there's a lot that's being written about AI nowadays, from the perspective of human-oriented use. So we're using technology as something that helps us, but we are always at the center of that endeavor. I'd like to thank you for your attention. This QR code takes you to a paper that I published earlier this year, specifically on this topic. It reviews a lot of literature that has been published on technology as a reflective partner, and it also goes in depth into that framework that I spoke about at the end of my talk. Thanks once more for your attention. I don't know whether there are any questions or time for questions, Esther, but thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, first of all, Daniel, for this insightful presentation. There's no time now for questions, but if people pose questions in the chat, you might answer them if you stay for a while. Yeah.
I know that Daniel has to rush to another event.
All right. So we see,
Yes,
right, how
he
we
has
manage.
another commitment today. But anyway, I think that people can find you on social media and visiting your website. So maybe they can pop their questions there. Unfortunately, Daniel doesn't have time today also to answer more questions.
Thank you so much for hosting me, and well done on such an amazing event.
Thank you, Daniel. Always lovely to see you and to have you as a speaker in our events. Have a lovely day.
Great day.
Bye.
Great day, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, fantastic presentation by Daniel Sherry. And up next from Portugal in a few minutes' time, it's going to be our friend Elena Lopes. And I guess that she might be there. Of course, she's using the link I sent her, so we have another case of multiple personalities. Elena, if it's you there, please change your name because you're appearing as me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I sent you my link. That's why.
So your name, but I can't see myself now. Also,
no, I cannot see you either.
I don't know why, because the video should be.
Check. Good morning, first of all, Elena. Check where your camera is. Yes, on the upper.
Oh, true. Okay.
There you are. Hello.
Very simple.
Hello, hello.
I was wondering also why I couldn't see my name.
Yeah, that the thing is that I sent speakers and monitors my link to avoid any problems, because the first time I sent the link, somebody told me that the link was taking them to somewhere else. Sonia, lovely to see you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, everyone.
And so what I did was, to be on the safe side, I shared my own link with all of you, with speakers and monitors. That's why you appear as Annie Altamirano everywhere. So the joke since yesterday is that I am a case of multiple personalities. But anyway, Elena, if you would like to try sharing your presentation and check
Okay.
if everything is
Yes.
okay. Yeah. Good. Lovely. Lovely. So we have 5 minutes before your presentation. So if you want to relax or something while we wait, that's okay with me. Fortunately, yesterday we managed to run on time, so I hope that today we do the same. Yes, and there's no problem with the time. In the meantime, Adri, if we have a few minutes, if you would like to share some information for people.
Like
Well,
in the chat?
you're very active in the chat box, right?
Yes, I already sent everybody the website to Sevilla, for Sevilla, and then our social media as well. I'm going to
Okay.
send the calendar one more time, the plan
All right.
for all the events.
And then I will ask Sonia, president of API, to tell us a little bit about what API is doing these days and the plans for next year, because I know that we have a conference coming up.
Yeah.
So
Do you want me to talk
yes,
about
please.
that now? Okay.
Yes, please. Tell people about
So-
API.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And I'm Sonia Freding, as Annie already told you. I'm from API. I'm the president of the Teacher Association, the Portuguese Association of Teachers of English. We are delighted, me and Elena, to be here to take part in the 5th International Online Conference, Building Bridges and Building Cooperation. So thanks to TESOL-SPAIN for inviting us and to organize and host one more time this event. So Happy has lots of things going on next year. And the first one is the joint event with TESOL-SPAIN. So we have an Iberian SIG, which is called Cross-Curricular Approaches in ELT. And this event will take place on the 10th of January online. So you are invited to join us. We'll have speakers from Portugal and Spain. We have already this event advertised in our webpage, social media, and I think TESOL-SPAIN as well. And registrations are open. So 10th of January, a joint collaboration between these two sister associations. And then in May, we are going to hold our annual conference. It's an international conference, I may say, with hundreds of people, Portuguese participants, and abroad, national, international speakers. It's going to take place on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of May in the beautiful city of Aveiro, and we call it the Venice of Portugal. So it's worthwhile to visit us and join us in this annual conference. And last but not least, because we are very pleased to say that we are going to host the 5th symposium, Mediterranean Symposium, in Portugal in 2026. So I invite all the teachers associations to join us. We don't have much information yet, but it's going to be in October, probably in the first weekend of October. And We advertise it in Lisbon, but we are trying to find a place in Portugal close to the Mediterranean because we don't have the Mediterranean with us. But if not in Lisbon, in the south of Portugal. So, and more information will come soon in the beginning of January. So stay tuned, check our website, our social media channels, and we have all that information there. Okay. And now, do you
And
want me to
now,
introduce our speaker?
yeah,
So it's my pleasure. We have here Helena Lopes. Helena is a member of the API board as well, and a member of our teacher training committee. But Elena, this is all volunteer work. Elena works full-time as an EFL teacher in the third cycle teenagers and secondary education in the Portuguese state schools. She's also a teacher trainer. She holds a master's degree in English studies and a PhD in the field of language, literatures, and cultures. As I said, she's a very active member of API and she represents API in several events nationally and abroad. And today, Elena is going to talk about modern fables and take us into the world of the fate of Fausto and the Shade Tree. So, Elena, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Sonia, for your lovely words. And it's true. I'm going to talk from the point of view of a teacher that finds in API a lovely community of sharing. So I think that what you will see hopefully will inspire those of you teaching or working as teacher trainers as well. So let me get started by sharing our PowerPoint. I think you can see now, right? Let me just put this in short. So my very short talk here today is to tell you a little bit why you should read modern fables. Essentially, it's good practice. A while ago in the previous talk by Daniel Cherry, he was also talking about practice, right? So let's try to find some examples of how you can put good practice into the classroom. So what I have here is a small talk about fables that somehow have gone out of the classroom for a few years now. We do no longer find them either in course books or as materials. We don't explore that as much, especially with teenagers. I'm not talking about primary level, but with teenagers, it's not that common, except in one or two situations. So as a literary genre, what do they have? What can they offer us? Let's take a look at the fables as this literary genre. So usually what they do is they feature animals that behave and speak as human beings. They highlight human behavior, human traits such as greed, laziness, and so forth. They contain a moral lesson, so they focus on ethics. They are very short and concise, which makes it a very good type of text to work with in the classroom. They have characters that represent archetypes, so we can explore with the students these ideas, these stereotypes as well. And they are very good for storytelling, so we can read them out loud in the classroom, for example, and they explore these allegories as well. So what we have is the use of fables focused on education. It's about life lessons. There's a sense of familiarity when we read these fables, and they always present us with a conflict of principles, but they also offer us a resolution or the possibility of a resolution, which is also a very interesting point of view when we work with teenagers. And they imitate real life behavior. Somehow what they see in the stories is the portrait of a situation in real life. So what can we say of modern fables in particular? In modern fables, They reflect contemporary values. They vary in storytelling types. It's no longer the traditional fable. You have different ways of telling the story. The themes are expanded. The characters are diverse. The morals are very subtle in terms of inviting interpretation from the readers. And the language is also updated. There's a more flexibility in the way the story is told. So I would like to share with you two modern fables that really, really enchanted me. They are absolutely fantastic in terms of both artwork and the text itself. The first of them is The Fate of Fausto, a painted fable by Oliver Jeffers. I'm going to stop sharing here for a second so I check if I shared with the sound, and at the same time I will show you the book. So this is the book, okay? And as you can see, all the artwork it's all very simple. I will show you some pages in my PowerPoint, but the artwork is amazing, very, very simple. And you take the book first and you think, that's for children. It's not. Behind this is a whole story that you could work with teenagers, especially because it's a book that is artwork. Oliver Jeffers is a brilliant artist, and you can explore that side with teenagers. You can start from there. Let me go back to the presentation to share with you a very short video by Oliver Jeffers, where it talks about what inspired him to make this book, which is also very important to understand how things get started. Let me go back to the sharing. And I hope now that you will listen to the video. Let's see if it works.
It always felt like an old story, but relevant for right now. I was on the north coast of Antrim, overlooking the Irish Sea, and I could see this storm gathering. It suddenly hit me how small I was and how much control we believe we have over nature when surely it's the opposite. All of the things in the book are the things that I saw around me. You know, there was a field with sheep, there was a forest just over there, there was a wildflower beside me. I knew that I wanted to make the art for it in a way that honoured the traditional ways in which books were made. So I went to visit Idem in Paris. Lithography was a massive learning curve. The results are little experiments in natural beauty. I had very little control over what was happening, and that kind of was the point of the book. The feebleness of man individually against the vastness of nature. It's about that. We got something pretty special, I think.
So my advice is always to get started with the artist and how things are made, because I think it's a beautiful point of view in terms of observing nature and see how simple things around him inspired him to make something that great, because the book is really great. So what is the story about? So very quickly, if you take the book in your hands, you will have the following description in the flapjack of the book. There was once a man who believed he owned everything. You are mine, Fausto said to the flower, the sheep, and the mountain, and they bowed before him. But they were not enough for Fausto, so he conquered the boat and set out to sea. So this is how the story is sold somehow. So we know that this is it, what's going to happen. And then the story goes on. So with a dedication to Kurt and Joe, both authors as well. And it starts with the illustrations of the main elements of nature, the elements that Oliver Jeffers mentioned in the video that he first saw in this beautiful landscape. So the flower, the mountain, the lake, and then later on the sea. And the story starts precisely with that, with this sentence. There was once a man who believed he owned everything and set out to survey what was his. So the man goes through the world to tell things that they are his. And so you have first the flower, you are mine. The flower says, I'm yours. And then it goes on to the sheep. He says, you are mine. The sheep says, I suppose I am. Then it goes very satisfied. It goes on and goes to the tree. And the tree says, all right, I can be yours. And the tree bowed before the man. So there's a kind of subservience from the elements of nature towards him. And then it goes on to the lake. And the lake pretended first not to hear, but then he eventually gives in and he says yes. And the mountain, he says to the mountain, you are mine. The mountain at first tries to refuse and say, I am my own, but eventually he stamps his foot, he makes a fist, and the mountain does not move, but in the end, eventually the mountain says, I am yours again. And so he goes on to the sea, to conquer the sea. For a mountain, a lake, a forest, a field, a tree, a sheep, a flower were not enough for him. So as you can see, the language is not the typical language of a fable in terms of a narration. The narrative is different. The text is like playing with words, like as if it were a poem. So it's very easy to work with, even with low-level students. And we have a lot of mixed classes in teenagers' classes. So eventually he tries to conquer the sea. And he says, you see, you are mine, but the sea is silent and is still. And he keeps saying that you do not own me. And Fausto says, you are wrong. He insists. But the sea is very clever and tells the man that he should, he should prove or hear some kind of evidence that he belongs to him. So what he does is that he stamps overboard, he climbs overboard to stamp his foot on the sea. But in the end, the sea says, if you wish to stamp your foot, then come and show me how it's done, so I understand. But of course, what happened is that he does not understand. Fausto does not understand. He plunges into the sea and he does not know how to swim. So eventually, life goes on as ever before. Okay, so the story finishes like the sea was sad for him because he drowned, right? But he carried on being the sea. The lake, the forest, the field, the tree, the sheep, and the flower, they carried on as before. So for the fate of Fausto did not matter to them at all. So this is the end of the story. A very surprising ending, in fact. So what is the story about? It is about greed and entitlement. It's about arrogance, critique of the impulse to conquer and possess natural resources and land, a reflection on the environment too, and a critique of the emptiness and futility of Fausto. It's very philosophical. Okay, it's very philosophical. What could we discuss in the classroom? We could take students to discuss what it means to own something, the consequences of greed, the value of humility and respect for nature. And we could also use this book to discuss, as a starting point, to discuss consumerism and environmental ethics, personal boundaries as well, this idea of this is mine, this is yours. So we could discuss that with students. Now, the second, and before I bring these two stories together, the second story I'm going to share with you is slightly different, but it's also as enchanting. It's a modern fable, The Shade Tree by Susie Lee. Susie Lee is a South Korean author and illustrator, an award-winning author and illustrator. What she says of picture books such as these is that it's art that you carry around, the stories you can touch. This is a beautiful view of what these books are. You carry this art with you. It's art. And it's stories, and you can touch these stories. There's this physical element in using these books in the classroom that is very interesting. So taking the books and see how the students are surprised by the artwork they have behind them, okay? What is the story? This is a very interesting one. It's very different from the last one, but they have certain points in common. A quick, wicked young man preys on a rich man's greed and manages to secure shade for hard-working villagers forever. And in the process, he does quite well for himself too. So in terms of style and storytelling, it's slightly different, but it follows also a very beautiful line in which what is illustrated contributes a lot for what is being told. So we've got these illustrations where you have the shades. So the characters, the people in the book, they are drawn as shades, all in black with movement. So it's like once upon a time in a village, there was a huge old tree. as the sun moved across the sky, the tree's shade grew and shrank and then grew again. And then in this story, you have a lot of villagers lying under the tree, but then you have a rich man saying that they cannot stay there because the tree is on his land, so they cannot stay under the shade because he owns the shade. And then the traveler appears and replies and buys the shade from the rich man so that the villagers can use the shade. The traveler replies, I've paid for you for this shade, now it's mine and you can't ever deny it. So the story is about a rich man. He has a tree on his land, and the villagers, when it's very hot, they use the shade to protect themselves from the hot sun. And the rich man stops people from using that shade, saying that all of that is his. And the traveler, when he appears, he buys the shade from the rich man. So he's a clever person. And the rich man goes home with a big smile on his face because he has made money from the business, because who buys a shade? So it's kind of of using someone that he thinks he's not clever, and he's buying a shade that is not property in itself. So the traveler invited the villagers to come and rest. And so these are the words that the traveler tells the villagers. Now that the shade is mine, you can lie here whenever you want, he said. And the villagers thanked him and happily relaxed. So what happens next is very interesting. You have the book, the pages of the book, they fold and they become bigger. You can just open them in a 3-part page, and it's as if the shade of the tree goes and grows and grows up to reach the rich man's house. So what happens is that the traveler follows the shade that he has bought and eventually ends up in the rich man's house. So he sits, he lies, he rolls, he somersaults, strolls, dances, tumbles, and finally the shade reaches, and the traveler went with the shade over all the wall and into the rich man's garden. So this is where the story has a twist plot. The traveler replies to the rich man, didn't you sell the tree's shade to me? Isn't it therefore mine whenever it falls? There's no denying it. So from then on, the traveler went in and out of the rich man's house whenever the shade was covering it, because he bought the shade, right? So he rolled and ran and danced and tumbled and lay down. So the beautiful illustrations of the characters turn this book into a lively object, right? We can imagine people moving around. Eventually, the rich man muttered, there's no denying it, and abandoning the house, moved away from the tree and its shade. So what happens in the end is that the huge old tree grew bigger and bigger. Everyone in the village enjoyed great happiness in its shade. So eventually, the community life got together again under the shade of the tree. And what can we explore with this book? Well, the comments are very similar, but explored in a very different way. So it's also about greed and entitlement, but the structure is more like the structure of a folktale, not that obvious with Oliver Jeffers' book, but very obvious with Susie Lee's book, where cleverness triumphs over power. There's a reflection on the environment and common good, the sense of the shade and the ownership, how important is common good in the story. There's a reflection on social justice and shared resources. So it allows us to reflect on community and individualism, and what should we have as a community? What should we have as a common good to the benefit of the community as well? So we could discuss property and public space, because in many of our cities nowadays, public space is getting smaller. In terms of parks, for example, gardens with useful structures where people can relax. So it's always very pushed aside into a big park. And then in our daily lives, the small squares do no longer take place as they used to, with trees and benches and all that. So this is a very interesting starting point to discuss precisely that with the students. How is public space organized for the community, for example? And we could talk about these things. We could talk about the ethics of ownership. We could talk about creative resistance and peaceful protest as well. And we could also explore the visual storytelling and the symbolism of it, how the page unfolds into a three-part in which we can see the shade grow and get bigger, for example. So we could work with visual arts in a kind of activity that takes students to discuss what they have learned in arts as well. So what brings these two fables together? So these two fables, as we could see, they highlight human behavior. They highlight human traits. They contain a moral lesson regarding the ethics, in this case, the ethics of ownership of natural elements. There's a conflict of principles, but there's also a resolution. Fausto disappears into the sea, and in the end, the rich man loses his quest of trying to own the shade, and the traveler wins also. So they reflect on contemporary values. They vary in storytelling times because they are actually very different. And the art and storytelling is what brings them together. They use artistic elements in the way that these illustrators work with the topic. And that is one of the plus of the use of these books in the classroom, the part of the art and how it brings something into the storytelling as well. So I tried to do something. Well, previously, Daniel Cherry talked about technology as a reflective partner. And I did an experiment with generative AI, artificial intelligence, because I read both books and I could see that there was a lot of things here that were common to both books. And so what I found, and I asked the artificial intelligence co-pilot to bring together the topics that were in both stories. And I selected these because it's precisely what we can find here in common. Ownership and entitlement both expose the absurdity of claiming dominion over natural elements. Both explore power versus humility. Power is challenged not through force, but through cleverness and perspective. Both explore nature as resistance. For example, the sea refuses to be owned. The shade defies boundaries and spreads freely. So nature is portrayed as autonomous, uncontainable, and ultimately liberating. And they both explore justice and reclamation. So Fausto disappears, leaving nature untouched. And the traveler restores access to the shade. So both stories end with a return to balance where nature and community prevail. And both books, in terms of the art, they use minimalist visuals. And the visuals that the stories use, for example, Oliver Jeffers is sparse text and vast white space. And for Susan Lee's silhouettes, they are somehow giving us the sense of movement and the play of the shadow. So visual simplicity enhances moral clarity and emotional resonance. So we can focus on the issues that traditional fables brought us before. So these are in fact modern fables because they explore the same philosophy, but that builds a fable is explored here, but through art and through the simplicity of language. So this is a very interesting summary of what we could do with these two books in a classroom, what kind of topics. Now, as a teacher in Portugal, we are also responsible and we have the responsibility of also working within the realm of citizenship education. So it's an area that is approached and addressed in our classrooms also in English as a foreign language. And I'm very interested in that topic. So I'm quite fond of this citizenship education approach because it helps us work with the students in a way that it's interesting. It opens them opens them to the world and also to their country and what their communities. So I asked also generative AI to I gave these co-pilot instructions on the topics of citizenship education that we have nowadays in our schools regarding, for example, financial literacy. Now, financial literacy is a topic within citizenship education that is a concern nowadays in our schools. And is a topic that we should address somehow in some years of our basic education system in our classes as well. So I gave the prompts, I wrote the prompts, and this is what generative AI Copilot gave back to me, which I, of course, revised, and it's absolutely brilliant. Like in 5 minutes, I had a very, very simple summary of what was on my mind. Okay, so what were the financial concepts that I wanted to address? I wanted to address in my classes ownership and property rights, value versus price, greed and consequences, ethical transactions, and resource sharing. Now, ownership and property rights, value and price, ethical transactions, resource sharing, these are all topics that are part of these financial literacy. So what do these books offer us that provide us with an angle or point of view to start discussing these things in ELT? For example, in Fausto, regarding the first one, Fausto claims things without earning or buying. And in the Shade Tree, the rich man tries to monetize shade. So what could be the angle for a discussion to help students develop their financial literacy? What does it mean to own something? Can natural resources be commodified? The same discussion could be held about value and price. So, for example, in Fausto, Fausto assumes value equals possession, and the traveler in the Shade Tree redefines value through a clever use. So what could we discuss with the students after reading these stories? How do we assign value? Is price always a reflection of worth? And this is a very interesting thing to discuss, especially because they are very familiar, some of our students are very familiar teenagers with e-commerce. And sometimes where they buy things, they don't think about the price, the worth of the things they buy. Sometimes it's just, well, I want that, I buy that, right? So the greed and consequences. We could discuss.
Elena, sorry, just 4 minutes, okay? Sorry to interrupt you.
Almost finishing. Thank you for reminding me. So we could discuss what are the long-term costs of selfish financial behavior in ethical transactions, which is a topic that I find really important to address in the classrooms with teenagers. It's very interesting to discuss through these books what makes a transaction fair. How do ethics shape financial decisions? Because Fausto never negotiates, he demands. The traveler uses wit to expose unfairness. And finally, resource sharing. So Fausto hoards and nature resists. The traveler restores communal access. So we could discuss how do we balance personal gain with community well-being. Then this leads us to the discussion that I think that's really important. I live in a city in Coimbra where common spaces like gardens, like the old gardens, with they are disappearing. So you have new neighborhoods with a very small playground, little trees, and well, a few flowers. But this idea of having a better space for people who live in that community to breathe, to go out of the house and just stroll a little bit, all those things, they are disappearing in these new neighborhoods most of the time, right? So this could be a very good starting point. Now, to finish with, in the last 3 minutes, I would like to finish with 2 more slides. One is the last page of The Fate of Fausto, a painted fable by Oliver Jeffers. Now, Oliver Jeffers quotes a text by Kurt Vonnegut, published at the time Joe Heller died. And this was published, what he wrote, Kurt Vonnegut, was a dedication, a reminder of the character of Joe Heller. And it says this, Kurt Vonnegut: "True story, word of honor. Joseph Heller, an important and funny writer now dead, and I were at a party given by a billionaire on Shelter Island. I said, Joe, how does it make you feel to know that our host only yesterday may have made more money than your novel Catch-22 has earned in its entire history? And Joe said, I've got something he can never have. And I said, what on earth could that be, Joe? And Joe said, the knowledge that I've got enough. Not bad, rest in peace. So these are beautiful words dedicated to Joe Eller, and that remind us that we need to think about what is enough, right? And these stories make us think about those things. And finally, last quote, I decided to bring, there's a very, very short book, a very small book, I'll show you in the end, by Catherine Rundle, also an author. And the title is Why You Should Read Children's Books, Even Though You Are So Old and Wise, because many of these books are in bookstores in the children's books section, right? So why should you read them if you're old, you're wise, or if you're a teenager? So what she says is, in the end, plunge yourself so forward into a children's book. See if you do not find in them an unexpected alchemy, if they will not undig in you something that half hidden and half forgotten. Refuse unflinchingly to be embarrassed, and I would say refuse unflinchingly to be embarrassed if you are seen with one of these books in your hands, right? Because the first reaction of my teenagers is that, why did you bring this? These are children's books. So eventually they were not embarrassed to be in the library holding the books and reading them, which is a work in progress I'm doing right now. Okay, so this is it. So read these books. They are beautiful pieces of art and beautiful stories to reflect upon. Thank you very much. And that's it.
Oh, thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
Let me show
Thank you,
you.
Elena.
This is the book. Can you see Catherine Randall's?
Oh, yes. And it has an owl, my favorite bird.
Very small, very small.
Thank you,
Lovely.
Elena, for sharing these two amazing books and works of art, and also share with us some ideas to explore citizenship education and other topics like financial literacy through English, that it's possible, right? I think we don't have questions, but lots of comments of
Lots
colleagues.
of praise.
Yes,
Thank you,
thanks
all
a
of you,
lot,
for
Elena.
listening.
Yeah, very thought-provoking as an educator and parent and grandparents, as Peter Holly. So I don't know if we have time for questions. I know
We
that
might have a minute or two because there are 10 minutes between sessions. Danny Sharma is already with us. He's starting at 40. So it's 31. So we might have 1 or 2 minutes for questions. If anybody has a question.
Feel free. Yeah.
Lots of praise.
There are a lot of
Thank you.
praises.
I must say that I am reading these, not only these books, but a couple of more books with my year 9 students. And it's been a challenge, a very interesting one. At first, they looked at the books because I took the books into the library. They are still there, the books. Because they are going to work on a book presentation. Each one of them read different books. In the beginning, they thought I was kind of, these are for children, but eventually some of the better students, they ended up reading like 4, 5, or 6 different books. And the ones that had a little bit more, felt more difficult to read, they eventually read 1 or 2, but at least all of them read, which is also one of the pluses of using these books, that even low-level students can read 1 book. And there was no demand that they should read more than 1, and no limit that they should read only up to 5 books. So, which is something also very interesting to find out.
Elena, Anne Hagerson, one of our ACs, our AC in Galicia, she says, I missed the beginning. Would it be possible to share the titles and authors again? Thanks.
Yes. So let me share
And
here.
Elena, we can share the PowerPoint, can't we?
Yeah,
Or you.
yes.
It's not PowerPoint, it's yours.
Yes. Let me go here where I have the titles.
Yeah, Adriana says the videos will be available on YouTube too. Yes. You will be able to watch a recording here.
So
we have the first one.
Let
the
me
fate
just show you
Foster.
where you have both titles. Oh, this is not it. Let me go back. Sorry. I think, let me stop here. I had one page selected. It's 30 after Susie. Just hold on one more second. Well, let me just copy the text and put them in the chat. It's easier.
Okay.
It's easier, yeah.
Right. So, thank you very, very much. There we are.
Yeah.
The Fate of Foster
you.
by Oliver Jeffers and The Shade Tree by Susie Lee.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let me just congratulate TESOL-SPAIN for continuing to organize this event and for bringing together all these sister associations in support of a common good. We are reflecting as well as we are here all together. So keep going with your amazing work and thank you for having us. Okay. Wish you all the best to everyone.
Oh, thank you.
A
Thank
big
you.
thank
And
you.
thank you, Api, because you're always there for us. Always. So lovely to have had you here. And now we move on to our next speaker. It's Dani Ram Sharma from Nelta, Nepal. I know that Dani is here. We can't see you yet.
Good afternoon to all from Nepal. Am I audible?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
Okay,
Many
thank
thanks
you.
for accepting our invitation. So, Jessica, you will be monitoring Dani's session, I believe. So, I have a case of another multiple personality.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Hello.
From Nepal.
Yeah, please change your name because you appear with my name because I shared my link with you. So
Is
please
this
change your name
Babita?
so that we can.
Is this Babita?
Bobita.
Okay, so Babita will be monitoring Danny's session, I think, Annie.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
Babita is monitoring.
Okay, so you will be on duty, Jessica, just in case anything happens. All right. So we have 4 minutes to go. Danny, if you would like to say something about your association, about Nelta, to let our audience know what you're doing. We have 4 minutes before you start with your talk.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Sure. NELTA is one of the professional organization in Nepal. All the English language teachers of Nepal, they involved in NELTA, and it has been working for different sectors of the professional development in Nepal. It is one of the only one organization we can say it is a non-profit making organization, non-political organization. It just work for the profession. It is a professional organization in Nepal. And NELTA is working for the professional development of teachers through collaboration across the country as well as globe. NELTA works for the teacher training, journal publication, research, English by radio program, and NELTA is collaborating with the government of Nepal and other partner organizations like BELTA, JALT, TESOL, so many others. So NELTA is one of the volunteer organization of Nepal, and so today we'll talk about some professional activities related to continuing professional development with us, and Babita will share something about the presenter and abstract that we will talk today. Babita, okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Dhaniram Sharma is an established English teacher, educator, trainer, and academic leader from Surkhet, Nepal. He currently serves as the president of Nelta Karnali and works as an English teacher at Sri Nepal Rashtriya Chandraganga Secondary School. He is also a freelancer, teacher, educator, and a roster English teacher trainer for Human Resources Development Center, Karali Province. Mr. Sharma has extensive experience in designing and delivering training program on core skill, digital literacy, English for teaching, multilingual education, gender equality, and social inclusion and teacher professional development. As for of his professional responsibilities, he also observes teachers, classes, and provide constructive, actionable feedback to improve teaching equality, classroom engagement, and learner outcomes. He is a certified educator with the Assured Certificate of Teacher Educator by British Council. He holds a master's degree in English education from Tribhuvan University. His academic contribution includes a public action research article titled Improving Student Speaking Proficiency Using Cooperative Storytelling Strategy, published through NEPSOL, recognized for his commitment to quality education. Mr. Sharma actively support teachers with research-based pedagogy. Pedagogy is reflective participant mentoring and training that enhance professional growth and strength teaching learning in Nepal. In this session, explore the role of continuous professional development as a bridge between professional learning and classroom realities. Participants will examine how CPD enables teachers to translate new knowledge and skill into practical strategy that enhance teaching, learning, and overall school improvement. Third, interactive discussion and reflective prompts on Padlet and chat box. Participants will identify key impact of effective CPD and consider actionable way to implement their learning in real classroom context. The session encourages engagement, reflection, and sharing of experience to strengthen professional practice and student outcome. Mr. Sharma, please.
Thank you, Babita.
You are welcome, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And what about the time? Shall I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, and I would like to welcome all EU to continuing professional development, bridging professional learning and practices. Babita has already introduced the paper today. So today we will talk about the two things here. How CPT acts as a bridge connection professional learning with the classroom realities, and we will talk about some key impacts of the effective continuing professional development on teaching, learning, and school improvement. So these things will be discussed here with you. It's my pleasure to introduce with you and to introduce my institution with you. So we will talk. Babita, please, can you put the link in the chat box? Okay. Please click the link or scan. There is a Padlet for you. And the question for you, think of a training you attended and share what part of training was most useful in your classroom. So we will spend 2 minutes on your interaction about your experience of what type of training you attended and how did it help to your classroom learning. Bobita, did you put the link in the chat box? Okay. Okay, Natalia wrote Celta and opening experience. Nice, thank you. Training using AI to enhance students' writing skill. Orca, okay, great. Training on creative writing and a focus on poetry, very useful. Bold, very nice. Okay, a video workshop, okay, great. How to use images in a video for discussion, very nice, okay, great. Talking with other educators and sharing challenges, brainstorming a possible solution, very nice, great experience. Okay, every training I attend is useful because I feel my batteries are recharged and I always come back. Okay, battery recharge, very nice metaphor is used here. Great. Training on reflection and useful for using in the classroom. Okay, nice. Okay, everyone, thank you for your contribution on the Fatlet. We attend the training and we learn some knowledge. We gain some knowledge from the training and we implement in a classroom. Actually, that is really new experience and new energy gives into the classroom as battery recharges. Very nice. Thank you. Let's go ahead. Thank you for your contribution. CPD works as a bridge. Actually, continuing professional development can be described best as a bridge. It works as a bridge. It connects the theory from training to the classroom practices. We learn, we gain some knowledge, some new knowledge in the training session, in our professional activities, in writing, in research, not only the training, in research, in other professional activities, then we apply in the classroom. So that supports into the classroom pedagogy and encourages applying new knowledge in a real situation. And it gives the energy to us to apply new idea into our classroom, into our workplace as well. And it promotes the continuous reflection and improvement. So continuing professional development, CPT always provokes and promotes us to reflect ourselves, what we are working on now, and what can be the better way for that. So it supports us to reflect and improve our teaching and learning activity in the classroom. So it will be work as a supportive bridge. Okay, now you have given some ideas and your responses on the Padlet. So the trainings were useful when they are supported in our real classroom. If they are not useful, if they did not work in a classroom, they may not be the useful for us, and they may not be effective in a classroom. So exactly that is what CPD is designed to connect the professional learning with the classroom realities. It will be supportive in the classroom activities that will help to improve students' learning. They will improve to our teaching learning process, approaches, and pedagogies as well. So the CPD can help as a bridge to connect theory to practical into the real classroom situation. So we will talk about some effective CPDs. Here is a question for you. Please, I would like to request you to respond. What do you think for 1 minute? What happens when the CPD is effective actually? How can you say that when the CPD is effective, my continuing professional development activities are effective? How can you show on your chat box? Please write on the chat box. For 1 minute, I would like to provide you. Babita, are there any responses in the chat? Okay. I found, okay, Jessica, sustainable changes in the practices and there is evidences of improvement of learners' outcome. Okay, myself feedback from students. Great feedback from students. That is the best. We can find the effective from the feedback of students. Students are powerful to give the feedback to the teachers because their feedbacks are reliable feedback. Either I use the students' feedback as well. EFL classroom becomes more appealing to the students and boost their motivation. Yeah, if the students seem motivate in a classroom, great. Okay, now I found Helena. Okay, regaining motivation to teach. Okay, if we are motivated for teaching, that will be effective. Okay, great. Student, and next one, we learn as a develop. We learn and develop as educator, and our learners learn more successfully. Then we find yes, CPD is effective. And when new ideas come and put into the practice and purposefully, then CPD becomes more effective. Great ideas are on the chat box. Thank you for your contribution on the chat box for the question. Okay, great ideas. CPD becomes effective for different areas, and actually CPD affects and its impact on a teachers. Immediate impact on a teacher. and behavioral changes in a teacher. It brings the changes in the pedagogy, in teaching style, in classroom management and material management in the different sector. It changes the behavior of the teacher. And effective CPD impacts on the students, their learning outcome, their development, and students all-round development actually, and organizational impact and school impact also. It impacts on a school, and it has some long-term effects also. So CPD, an effective CPD can support for the teachers, for the student, for school or any organization, or it has a long-term effect. So these are the areas, core areas that our CPD will support. Our CPD will support ourselves. It will support to the student. It will support to any organization or school, or it has some long-term effect too. So now I would like to request all of you. Babita, are you ready to put the chat box link in the chat box? Okay. Babita will share you another Padlet on your chat box, and you will think at least 1 point for each below. We have given you some 4 areas of CPD that we develop, and it affects on the different areas, different categories. So you will write 1 point for each in a Padlet. You can scan here from the screen, or you can click the link in the chat box, and please contribute in the chat box, and 3-minute time is given to you for your response. Fabulous, Orca. Okay, great. For immediate impact, she has written an inspiration trying out new ideas in a classroom on Monday. Okay, great. Updating knowledge, attentive. Okay. Updating knowledge, great. And behavioral changes. Okay. Fabulous responded, reflecting on a new practices and making them part of routine. Excellent, very nice. It reflects on a new practice, and it makes the part of routine. Great. So, okay, I'm waiting for the responses. Okay, upgrading professionalism. Natalia, very nice. Upgrading professionalism, very nice. It upgrades the professionalism of the teachers. That is the immediate impact on the teacher. Very nice. Okay, great. Great ideas. Okay, now I found Eastern impact. Fabulous. Thank you, Fabulous, for improvement in a learner motivation and outcomes. Okay, great. Very nice. Bringing curiosity, Natalia. Nice. Bringing curiosity for immediate impact on a teacher. Okay, nice. Nice of you. Nice of you. Okay. Attentive. Attentive Falcon. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. And more professional engagement. Great. More professional engagement on a behavior. It changes the behavior of teacher. Very, very nice. Okay. Okay. A fabulous Okra, and she writes on organizational impact. Okay, knowledge empowers the teachers to ask for institutional change. Okay, great. And okay, long-term effect. Fabulous writes. Sustainable practices become the part of our teachers' toolkit. Okay, great. Okay. PH, okay, inspirational and renowned motivation. Natalia, okay, having a success to the quality of education. Okay, great. Quality of education. Okay. Attentive. Okay, more professional and engagement for behavioral changes in teacher. Okay, nice. Great. I found another response here, revising school practices for organizational impact of CPD and the CPD. Okay, great. Attentive. Falcon writes about revising school practices. Okay, great. Okay, having access to quality education, Natalia, great. For immediate impact of the teachers. Okay, very nice. Okay, I'm receiving more responses with you. And okay, writing school prestige. Yeah, writing is I think writing school prestige. Okay, it improves school prestige too. Okay, okay, okay. Let's check. Let's check. Okay. Okay. We have no more time for waiting for you. And okay, great. Thank you for your contribution on the impact of immediate impact on the teachers. You have given core ideas on how effective CPD impact on the teachers. So it increased the knowledge and skill of teacher. Teacher will learn new knowledge, new skills, and new approaches, and they can use in your classroom as they need. And it boosted the confidence. Yeah, you have already mentioned how CPD helps the teacher to develop their professionalism. So it boosted the confidence of teacher while stuck engaging sessions and involvement of teacher in the CPD activities, either trainings or journal writings or any other workshops or participation or any facilitation. Wherever we involve, we boosted our confidence in presentation and in classroom activities. And motivation and inspiration. So you have already mentioned in the Padlet. So it helps for the motivation, and it inspires the teachers to be grown in a classroom and originating in passion and teaching, and a reflection also. So it makes the teachers to be reflective themselves, to reflect their own current practices, and they identify what are the gaps with the knowledge and practical skill into the classroom. So it will bring the change among the teachers. So now let's go to talk about behavioral changes in teachers. It will help the teachers to implement the activities in a classroom. The professional learning will be implemented in a classroom. If the CPD is effective, then they will use strategies, methodologies, and technologies in a classroom, and it will help them to be the collaborative as well. And a good CPD encourages the peer learning. They will talk about their experience with the peers, and they will share the ideas among the among the teachers, among the peers, each others, and the experimentation. The teacher will feel safe to try new approaches. They will apply. They will use new approaches in a classroom. And they will experiment in a classroom. Does it help their lessons or not? And they will adapt their lessons. They will annotate their lessons, and they will present in a classroom. So that will affect on teachers' behavioral changes. And let's talk about the next one. How does it help to the impact on a student? It improves the learning experiences, and student benefits from more engaging. It will make the students more interactive in a classroom, and it will help the teachers for instruction, and they will differentiate the instruction in a classroom, and high motivation for teachers. The teachers will be more motivated to their profession, and that will be supportive for the student, and they will be more encouraged with their lessons, and it will provide the energizer to the teachers, to the students in a classroom actually, and better outcomes. Of course, the students' learning outcomes will be increased if they are more interactive, they are more motivated with the lessons, and they will be participate in skill development activities in a classroom. So it will be supportive for the learners as well. And another area we talked about organizational impacts, school impacts. So it enhances the professional culture. Effective CPD develops the professional culture to any organization, and that will be for the prestige and the positive development of the organization. It will be helpful. It will foster the culture of continuous learning in any organization, and a reflection and collaboration. It will make the strong collaboration among the workers of any institution. So it will be supportive for them, and a good sessions will often provide the framework to the tools and continue to be used shared sustainable practices. The more effective and more engaging and more reliable activities will be continuing in any institution that will be supportive for them. And leadership development, it helps among the teachers to develop their leaderships, and to mentorship to roles to other teachers, and lead initiatives and inspired by the effective continuing professional development activity that supports for the leadership of the workers of any institution. And the last one area we talked about long-term effects. It affects on the teacher retention. It motivates, and skilled teachers are more likely to stay in a profession. So it will help for the permanent teachers, permanent workers in any institution. It will be supportive for them.
Mr.
And
Shatler, can I just interrupt you just to let you know that you have 5 minutes left, okay? Thank
okay,
you.
great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And legacy and excellence of the effective CPD contributes and building the legacy, strong teaching practices will be done, and scaling impact also for the long-term effect for any institution. Okay, it means CPD impacts. So why it impacts on the any organization and students and teachers. So an education system is not only good at its teachers. So the teachers should be more excellency, more professional, then the education system will be automatically more strong and improved. And most of the colleges, most of the universities, they have a pre-service training for teachers, but they face the real challenges in a physical classroom. So the professional development, continuing professional development will support for the teachers who are working and in-service teachers and in-service workers in different schools. And let me talk about some of the surveys. 33% of the express confidence in the instructional and classroom interaction. So it is necessary for them to develop their professions and to their work capacity. So 21% improvement in student achievement when the teachers receive the substantial professional development. So one of the research has shown that. And so actually the professional development enhance the teaching quality, improves the student learning outcomes, and encourage reflective practices and build the professionalism for the teachers. So effective CPD transfer the new knowledge into the classroom practices, and the leading better to instructional strategies, and increase the learners' engagement in a classroom. It supports to the teachers, students, as well as institution, and the long-term effect as well. So now here is a question for you. What changes do you see in the teaching and learning when the CPD is effective in your own experience? So what do you think? Please, for 1 minute, write on the chat box about it. Any word, any phrases, whatever you can write on the chat box. Long-term effect changes in practice. Okay, Jessica, great. Okay, thank you. Long-term effect changes in practice. The CPD helps for a long-term effective changes in practice. Nice, Jessica. Okay. Okay, changing in practice. Practice would have positive impact on learners, motivation, and outcome. Great. Okay, Helena, students and teachers are both engaged. Okay. Okay, we become a change makers. Yeah, we should become change makers. Great. Nice. Okay, great. Nice. Okay, thank you everyone for your contribution on the chat box, Padlet, and okay, now Jessica again, teachers feel valued and empowered. Great, yeah, teachers feel valued. Professional teachers feel valued. Okay, great. Thank you for your contribution. And now, I think the time is over.
We have 1 more minute. If anybody has a question for Mr. Sharma.
Yeah, any question, please.
If you'd like to put your questions into the chat box or raise your hand and we can ask you directly.
Yeah, on the chat box, you can put in questions here.
While we're waiting, because people might need some time to write, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Sharma, for talking about such an important topic and in an interactive session. No, it's
Thank you very much.
professional development, something that's important to all teachers in all contexts, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're actually coming up to time now, so your session was very complete. I don't think there are any questions in the chat. So if it's okay with Annie and my colleagues in TESOL Spain, I think we can thank Mr. Sharma for his contribution and draw this session to a close. And then we have a 10-minute break, I believe, before the next session. Is that right?
Okay,
Yes,
thank you very
that's
much.
right.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Danny, for this wonderful session, and thank you, Babita, for helping moderate and introducing Danny to all of us. Thank you very, very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Please send my regards to the board of NELTA, dear friends there. And yes, let's move on to the next talk. Let's welcome Golam Kader Zilani from Belta, Bangladesh. We have a few minutes between sessions, so if you want to have a stretcher, and then we'll start. Hello, Golam, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon from Bangladesh.
There we are.
I hope you can hear me clearly.
Let's see, the sound is not good, I'm afraid.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, now
right.
it's a bit better.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably I need some sort of time to change the background for a while. Just give me a moment, please. Thank you.
No, don't worry, we have time. We have 8 minutes before you have to start. So please make yourself comfortable. So in the meantime, let me update you. Our colleague Tahere from TEFL Kuwait has shared some information in the chat box. She has shared contacts because she's the co-editor of the TEFL Kuwait newsletter. So if you're interested in sending contributions to TEFL Kuwait newsletter, Tahere has shared the contact in the chat. So you can use those emails, those email addresses she has shared to send proposals or to ask for guidelines for submissions. In the meantime, also, I would like to remind you that TESOL-SPAIN has a journal, and we also welcome submissions. Yesterday, Dr. Daniel Brint told us a little bit about the journal. He's the editor of the journal. Adri, if you have the link somewhere there. Yes, there you are. You have the link. So you may click on that link and find out more about guidelines for submissions and how to contact Dr. Brint for sending articles for our journal. So let's see.
Probably my session will start after 6 minutes, right?
Yes, that's right. If you would like to tell us something about Belta, Bangladesh, you're welcome.
All right, excellent. So Bangladesh English Language Teachers Association, this is the oldest teachers association in Bangladesh, and we work with diverse teachers communities, and we collaborate with different teachers association as well. And I'd like to mention an event recently took place in our country that is like Teacher Helping Teacher, THT program. And every year, a group of English language educators from Japan, they visit Bangladesh and they train teachers, and they also visit different peripheries, all right, in different remote areas to train teachers, and they engage in different kind of talks, all right, to empower teachers as well. And we also engage the students, all right, since the students will be the future leader, all right. So for that reason, we work with teachers, teacher trainers, and future teachers. That means students, right? So in brief, this is what we are doing, and with limited capacities, we are trying to reach more and more people, all right? So that's it. And we have dedicated Facebook page and the website that is also functional, and anyone visit that pages, all right? So you will be getting more information about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Golam. And also, if you're interested in learning about what other teacher associations are doing, you can also visit TESOL-SPAIN's website. We have a dedicated section with upcoming events, sharing information from all our sister organizations and other organizations around the world. And we also ask our sister organizations, sister associations to send us the information so that we can share what they are doing on our social media. And Adriana here is in charge of that job, and she's wonderful at managing the socials.
Okay, yes, will do. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I will leave you the very able hands of our dear Jessica, who will be monitoring your session.
Good morning, Golan. Can I just check how to pronounce your name? Can you say it for me?
Golam Zilani. You can call me Zilani.
Zilani. This is what you prefer. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think if it's okay with you and with Annie, we'll wait a minute or two, but then I'll introduce you a minute early, which gives you plenty of time for your presentation. And I will let you know when you have 5 minutes before the end. So forgive me in advance for interrupting you in the middle of your presentation, but it's to give you that 5-minute warning, okay? And while we're waiting, I forgot my mistake. I forgot to mention for the previous session that there were lots of lovely comments in the chat. And Danny wrote to me individually in the chat to thank everybody for their contributions to the previous session. So I wanted to point that out just before we start the next one, if that's okay. Okay. Well, if it's okay with you, Annie, I'm going to go ahead and start to introduce Zilani. Because there's quite a lot to say about him, and I don't want to intrude into his session, so I don't want to take up your time. So Zilani is a senior lecturer in the Department of English and Humanities at the University of Liberal Arts, Bangladesh. He obtained his MA in Curriculum Pedagogy and Assessment from University College London, which we all know is a powerhouse in the field of language teaching and learning. And he has a wide range of research and professional interests, including social justice, language policy, identity issues of teachers and learners in the language classroom, as well as assessment, which was part of his specialization on his MA course. So we have 1 minute left. Zilani, if you'd like to share your screen, and I will leave the floor to you.
Okay, all right, brilliant.
Okay.
All right, can you see the screen properly?
We can see it perfectly.
All right, excellent, excellent.
We still have a few seconds. If people are coming in at 20 past in order to see your session specifically, maybe we'll wait just a few seconds to make sure that they have time to come in.
No problem, no problem.
Just so that they don't miss anything.
Okay, fine.
Okay, it's 20 past. Would you like to start?
Yes, all right. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for creating such a brilliant opportunities. And I have been listening to the discussions from previous panelists as well and learned a lot from them, right? So the topic which I'm going to discuss today is about materials development. And I have been doing some sort of research in this specific area. And what I found that material development, it is one of the most important tools to bridge teaching and learning. But unfortunately, it is not that much represented in the EMI scholarship. And EMI scholarship that is mostly talking about the uncritical adoption of English medium instruction that is creating some sort of challenge for the learners, that is creating some sort of cognitive load for the learners. And most of these arguments, from my perspective, it looks very, very prescriptive. And what we need to do, we need to bring some sort of solution. What we need to do, we need to take some sort of action. All right. So I see as I work with my students, as I think about language, and I find immense potentialities in materials development. And if we want to activate our activist mindset as a teacher, probably material development is one of the tools from my perspective to do that. All right. So this is what I will be emphasizing more throughout the session. And things I'm going to discuss in this particular session, it is like from this in this specific edited volume, I have contributed this chapter, and and in this particular chapter, what I argue that there is a missing link between policy, pedagogy, and materials development perspective in existing EMI setting. And since my main focus is on materials development, for that reason, very general thing. And what are materials? It's a very common question. And one of the most cited definition of materials development and provided by Brian Tomlinson. And he says that anything which can be used to facilitate the learning of a language. So he has created a kind of a broad definition of material, and anything and everything as a material. All right, so that to some extent empowers the teachers, and that to some extent make the teacher more and more resourceful. They can use anything and everything, all right, for the betterment of teaching and learning. However, the definition of material itself is evolving, all right, and the latest definition, which I found really very interesting and intriguing. So materials are assemblies, or more specifically, an entangled and emergent assemblies of different ontological entities. So from this specific perspective, what I personally understand as I was going through this literature, and what I personally understand, that material, it is a kind of ecology of what creator, all right? So it can, it is in the domain of language education or language teaching, and it is one of the most important what elements within that language program ecology, and it can transform teaching and learning, all right, from the bottom up phase. All right. So if we move further and discuss about the importance of material development, and we can see the more teachers engage in material development, it enhances their awareness, criticality, creativity, and self-esteem. And quite often, as I work with my students, as I work with my training participants, and I give one example, like whenever as I prepare, develop a material, and with that material, I entered the class. All right. So it shows me different ways, like to what extent my learners are accepting the material, and where they are struggling and where they are thriving. All right. So I can visualize learning through material, and giving them example. Giving this example, I try to communicate that this is what we need to bring more and more attention, all right, in our English language education, what conferences or seminars, all right. So, and another important thing I personally understand as I work as a material development, it is a kind of a full of imagination, insights, and analytical reasoning, and often when we are developing a material, and I think that we can take the role of a story writer, or sometimes we can take the role of a poet. Sometimes we can take the role of a lyricist before as they're writing a lyrics, as a poet writing a poem, and even a writer writing a story. So similar sort of responsibility, similar sort of things going on in our mind, all right? And we can take better control of what we are teaching, as we can take better control of what we are teaching, and it contributes more to our learners' understanding as well, all right? So for that reason, for this specific reason, I personally think that, and this literature kind of enlightened me how important material development is, though in the scholarly discussion, it is not still getting that much highlight in the EMI scholarship. And another important thing, as I talk about the importance of teacher education as the importance of materials development for the teachers, all right? So another interesting quotation that grabs my attention, and that is also shared by Brian Tomlinson. And he goes on saying that there is someone who is constantly evaluating the available material, adapting them, replacing them, supplementing them, and finding effective ways to implement the material chosen for the classroom use. So just see how beautifully Tomlinson articulates the importance of material earlier. And now he is talking about an individual, and we all know who is that person, definitely the teachers, and who are taking the material and who are helping the learner to find themselves in the material. All right. So this is such an important field, all right, in language education. And if we move further, and like as we critically look at the definition, materials are anything and everything. That means the entire world is open for us. as a language educator, and we are in fact privileged. Like we can, if we want to talk about science, we can talk about science in our class. If we want to talk about history, we can talk about history in our class. And if we want to talk about religion, sociology, whatever things we want, we can discuss, we can bring in our class. All right. But one specific thing that needs to be informed, all right, as we are choosing the material for our learners. And John Dewey enlightened me, I got enlightened by John Dewey reading this specific quotation, like perhaps the greatest of all pedagogical fallacies is the notion that a person learns only particular thing he is studying at a time. All right. The content which we are choosing, the learners are not simply knowing that particular content. And what John Dewey would like to emphasize that the content which we are choosing, that becomes an assemblage of learners' realities, the reality they are coming from, all right, the social and cultural disposition they are coming from, the future they want to see for themselves through the material, all right. So how all these different dots are connected through material, all right. So it is such a brilliant thing as I translate the ideas through Dewey's eyes related to the material, all right. So for that reason, yes, the entire world is open for us as a language educator, and we can choose whatever we like, but that must be purposeful. That must be related to the
Jessica,
Hello,
is it me
Silani. No,
or I
he's
have lost
frozen. No?
count?
I think it's happened before and he came back in.
materials development. And for that reason, the global English textbook, like it is the way it is kind of dominating. All right, so probably I'm facing some sort of problem in my internet connection. Can you hear me clearly? Can anyone please let me know?
We can hear you. We can hear you now, Silani. We lost you for a minute.
All right, I'm extremely sorry. So like experiencing some poor network connection for that reason probably. So what I just shared last 1 minute, like referring to this specific quotation provided by John Dewey, like pedagogical fallacy is the notion that the person learns only particular things he is studying at a time. That's not the matter. The learners are learning some other things as well. All right. So they are connecting their past, they are thinking about their future as they are studying a particular material. And they are kind of merging their socio-cultural disposition with the material as well. All right. So when they can align the things, so there are a lot of avenues are created. There are a lot of ways are created for the learners. All right. So this specific quotation helped me to critically reflect more about materials development. And I find it really very transformative in teaching and learning. But unfortunately, we are mostly concerned about the pedagogical perspective. All right. So material is an important pedagogical tool, pedagogical artifact, but it is also a cultural artifact. And we need to bring our attention to that specific thing. How can, with the choice of material which we are making, the material which we are bringing in the classroom, and how can we ensure that that choice of material is aligning with a cultural artifact for our learners as well. The reason is the global English language textbook that has become a colonial tool as well. All right. So, and emphasizing the monolingualism and emphasizing spreading some sort of a particular type of lifestyle and culture, all right, which does not match in the context where the textbook is kind of used. All right. So as a cultural artifact, it contributes as a pedagogical artifact, but it restricts as a cultural artifact. So this specific quotation helped me to critically reflect on this specific issue. So if we kind of move further, that is what I'm going to share. Like the culture is such an important thing. All right. Language and culture, we can't separate each other. all right? Very, very interwoven, interconnected. It cannot be separated. And when we separate language from the culture, so we just making the process completely lifeless, all right? So we are simply separating the individual. We are simply alienating the perception, understanding, or the cognition, or even the affective dimension of the learners. And even the images used in the material that becomes amazing source of what information for the learners. And nowadays, and we can see that different educators and language educators, they are becoming more and more interested. It became more and more interested exploring the potentials of multimodality. All right. So that is in another way. All right. So doing some sort of justice to the learner. All right. So creating some sort of windows to think, but multimodality or cultural content, whatever we choose, we need to bring our attention to material as a cultural artifact. And when we can do that, magic will definitely happen. Learners will be able to discover themselves in the material. All right, that is crucial. That is important. For example, like let me give you an example. Like I have a daughter, and who is 6.5 years old, and she has some development delays, all right? And still, she can't express herself properly, and her literacy skills are not up to the mark as well. All right, the traditional what happens in the literacy classes or literacy lessons, what happens? A, B, C, A for apple, B for ball, some sort of things like this. But my daughter, she is not picking lessons in that specific ways. All right. So, and she understands the things more multimodally, and we can see that he can read, she can pick some sort of words that is difficult to pronounce. Apple is relatively easy, but she's finding it difficult. But Sensodyne, all right, so Samsung, this sort of words definitely difficult for her, but she is speaking it very quickly. So, and I started exploring the things, what is really going on. Later on, I understand that like she is speaking the graphics, she is speaking the pictures, and for that reason, through that picture, she is trying to use those words. So multimodality plays such an important thing, and we need to bring our attention towards multimodality as well. And for that reason, as far as language textbook is concerned, all right, so it shows us the glimpse of the world, imagined situation of communication in the target language, but also representations of the everyday life of various groups in society, food, drink, festival, so many things. The most important things few minutes earlier, what I have just shared, like whatever we choose as material, we need to help the learners discover themselves, all right, in the material. We can bring Eiffel Tower, we can bring London Bridge through our material, but our learners, they never visited those places, all right? They can't relate, they can describe, but they can't emotionally or effectively connected with that particular bridge, London Bridge or Eiffel Tower. So what is important? Help them to discover themselves in the image, help them to discover themselves in the text, so that they have different stories to share. All right. So and that means now we are moving towards some sort of things related to learners' engagement and meaningful learning. So whenever we can relate them, or whenever we can help them to discover themselves, and what happens? An engaged learner is actively involved in and committed to their own learning. Without engagement, meaningful learning is unlikely. And learner engagement does not emerge in a vacuum. It goes through culture, communities, families, schools, peers, classroom, specific task activities within those classrooms. So whenever through the material, as we bring this sort of thing, all right, magic will happen, and learners will be able to navigate better in their language learning experiences. All right. So now let's come to the bring our focus to the English as a medium of instruction. This is one of the most researched area nowadays, and in non-English speaking countries like ours, all right, in different European countries as well, where English is not a dominant language, like still they have adopted English, all right. So there is some sort of common perception, all right, common concern that the adoption of EMI is not simply a matter of a language choice, rather it is ideological negotiation, all right. So why it is an ideological negotiation? So we are going to discuss it now. Say, for example, the English has become important, no doubt about that, all right. It has become an important capital, all right, to survive and thrive in this world, all right. And on the other hand, the way neoliberalism is kind of, and academic capitalism is kind of engulfing everything, all right. So there is hardly any scope to bypass this sort of thing, all right. And for that reason, and we can see different variations of English, world English. We can see English as a lingua franca. We can see English as an international language, and we can see also global Englishes. Different variations of Englishes are coming, all right? And for that reason, what I argue in that paper, that we need to bring more and more socio-linguistic attention related to English language teaching and learning, all right? So, and the reason is in my context, in our country. So what is kind of going on? EMI is a lucrative tag the higher education institutions are using, all right? So, and universities are uncritically adopting it and creating some sort of social and linguistic tension in the EMI setting. And few scholars, they are talking about the importance of translanguaging pedagogy, but hardly there is any textbook, all right, that is kind of fitting the translanguaging pedagogical issues in the material, all right. So for that reason, what is kind of important, my major argument is, yes, pedagogy is important, but how about translanguaging informed ELT material to advance decolonization process, all right? So most of the scholars, they are talking about translanguage as a tool to decolonize EMI setting, but to decolonize EMI setting, you need some sort of tools. And from my perspective, materials development is one of the important tools to decolonize that particular setting. And I got enlightened about decolonization specifically from Paulo Freire and reading his amazing book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, all right? So if we see the differences, dichotomies, humanize, dehumanize, change the realities, adapt to the realities, and we can sense what really decolonization means, all right? So, so what I would like to, all right. So for that reason, like I would like to share that, like translanguaging informed ELT materials, it can advance the decolonization process. And in the chapter, the book chapter which I have written, so there I have proposed a few things. For example, to decolonize EMI, language material should scaffold learners with languages to form education identity. It's not specifically one language. Like when we are talking about translanguaging pedagogy, we are not disregarding English. Rather, we are putting English in its places, but we are using our own languages. That must be normalized in higher education setting, where uncritically EMI is kind of adopted. And if we move to the next one, exhibit inclusive learning strategies to liberate meaning-making processes. So that is such an important thing. The way our learners are kind of growing, navigating their everyday life, they have more and more exposure to technologies, all right? And they are going to, their mindset is kind of different. So for that reason, the way they think, we need to bring those statistics in our material development process as well, so that they can discover themselves. Frequently, I'm emphasizing the word like we have to help our learners to discover themselves in the material. And the next one, and it has to be contextually fit for the purpose. So not something imposed, rather it is kind of a ecology builder. It is created from the context in a bottom-up fashion. And then it should encourage the use of linguistic repertoires and semiotic resources to access and co-construct knowledge. A number of panelists emphasized related to the importance of knowledge co-construction. So ELT material, it can be an amazing tool as well. And finally, it should equip learners to expand disciplinary semiotic landscape as well. So what I said earlier, we need to help our learners to discover themselves in the material so that they can see their future as well. They can create their own way with the use of the material to access the disciplinary knowledge or information. So this sort of based on this, I have written the book chapter, and like it is not available in the market yet. Probably within 1 or 2 months, you will be able to access it. All right. So finally, I would like to share that if decolonizing EMI is the vision, liberating linguistic repertoires is the mission. And bringing the attention towards material development should be the immediate call for action. And it is the activism as a language education for the language educator. So this is all what I had brought today's discussion. But if you want to keep discussing the things with me further, so definitely you can you can reach me with this email. All right. So I tried to keep my presentation short. The reason is so that I can talk more with you related to the issues which I have discussed. So it would be absolutely my pleasure if I get some sort of comments or questions, all right, and have a little bit of discussion about the things I've discussed so far.
Thank you, Mr. Zilani. Your timing is perfect. You've allowed exactly 5 minutes for questions and discussion at the end. I just wanted to mention there was a comment in the chat, but it was by, let me just scroll up. I can't actually read it. It was by somebody who wrote for the host and the panelists only. So the rest of the participants haven't been able to see it. So I wanted to read it out. It says, it's from Valentina, and she says, I think, Mr. Zilani, you can see this. Education and culture are the powerful forces that drive youth as stakeholders in education to reveal their potential and change their future as well as the future of the globe. In this respect, English as a foreign language, classrooms can considerably contribute to culturally versatile development of global citizenship education. Recently, foreign language professors and teachers have become a push and pull factor in the sustainable development of both a global society and its citizens. I wanted to read that out because it was only sent to us, so the rest of the participants couldn't actually see it. But I think it's a very good reflection on the content of what you're talking about. Enough from me. Does anybody else have any questions or any comments that they want to make? Please put your hand up or post the question in the chat. There's plenty of time. There are comments coming in. Great presentation. Thank you so much.
It was really a wonderful presentation, Zilani. I loved it. Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comment.
Thank you. While we're waiting, just to see if anybody else has a question posted in the chat, I had a quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Obviously, you're focusing your discussion on EMI, English as Medium of Instruction context, but I think you could, what your perceptions, your ideas were relevant for many different contexts in EFL, not only on EMI contexts. The problem of the dominance of the one-size-fits-all course book is teachers lack of time or their perception of lack of time, that creating their own materials will take more time than using a pre-prepared course book. So this is the question I have for you. No, in your experience and from your research and your context, is it really a lot more work for teachers to create their own individualized materials for the context that they're working in, or is that a perception that we have?
All right. So yes, that's a brilliant question. And it is a lot of time to create material for the teacher. All right. But the thing is, from policy level, most of the discussion we have related to the education, related to the policy, related to the pedagogy, and kind of like prescriptive. All right. We have to do this, we have to do that. All right. So just see what we don't have, just to discuss about these things. We are arranging different kind of conferences. All right. But what is the outcome? And how can we visualize the knowledge we are discussing? All right. So material is one of the most important tools to visualize the knowledge we discuss. All right. It's not something abstract concept. So for that reason, not teachers, other stakeholders must move forward. So education, if it wants to do some sort of justice to the students, all right? So if they can provide good textbook, it will empower teacher, it will empower the learner, all right? But whenever we are expecting the teacher will be doing everything, all right? So that creates some sort of pressure on teacher's mind. Teacher is only one single part of the ecology. There are other so many stakeholders within this ecology. We need to fine tune all these different things. Interdependent way, interaction. We need some sort of interaction. Not necessarily every action will be coming from the teacher's side. All right. So if we have more and more expectations, if there is more expectations from teacher's side, so like the entire system will overwhelm us. All right. Yeah. So I think it is not a rocket science to write a textbook, right? For distinct institutions, for their teachers, for their universities. And I have been talking about these things frequently, but not so welcomed, all right? So there are some sort of reservations, all right? So a lot of things, a lot of things are going on. Like we love to discuss more about knowledge, all right? Abstract things, but connecting the reality, that is still a far cry. That is still a far cry. All right.
Totally.
So just Paulo Freire, which I have mentioned, like how many years earlier he has written the book, 1971 or 1972. All right. So how many years gone by, but we could not translate his ideas properly yet. All right.
Absolutely.
So he is one of the most cited authors, in the knowledge creation, in the scholarly journal, but the reality is completely different.
Well, thank you, Zilani, for contributing to this discussion. I'm afraid I'm going to have to bring that to a conclusion now. So there are a couple of comments, just very briefly, very quickly in the chat, just agreeing with you really, and thanking you for opening this perspective, because we tend to see things in the north a little bit differently here. Peter Holly comments that he worries about people using AI and ChatGPT to save time. Oof. That's a whole new kettle of fish. We haven't really got time to go into that now, but this is what the wonderful thing about your talk is, that we'll take the discussion forward and it'll give people things to think about after the conclusion of today's conference. So thank you very much on behalf of TESOL Spain for the wonderful insights that you've brought into that talk. And on that note, I think, Annie, I can conclude this session now and we'll prepare for the next session. So thank you again, Zilani.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much, Zilani. Yes, lots of food for thought, lots of reflection. Well, now we will have 20 minutes to rest, stretch a bit, grab a cup of tea, coffee, whatever you wish to have right now. And after the break, it will be 11:40 Central European Time. That is time here in Spain. We are going to welcome Seitea from Cyprus, Meta Moldova, TESOL Hungary, and Eltam North Macedonia. Svetlana, Nadia, Barbara, and Marija. So let's have a rest and see you in 20 minutes. Hello, Lauren.
Hello. I'm scheduled to introduce Svetlana now.
Yes, I hope she is somewhere. Because there's another Annie Altamirano, and I don't know if it is her using the link I sent or who it is. That's why I sent a message asking those of you who had my name on the screen to please change your name. I hope she is here. See? Hello.
Hello.
All right, so we are slowly getting back.
Who is the second Annie Altamirano?
Svetlana.
Excellent. All right, shall I introduce you then?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, wonderful. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Svetlana Karpava of the Cyprus Teachers of English Association. She's Assistant Professor in Applied Linguistics and Multilingualism and coordinator of the MA and TESOL program at the University of Cyprus. Today, she will be speaking about perspectives on teaching, learning, and building the professional identity of language teachers from multilingual and multicultural viewpoints. Svetlana, over to you.
Right, thank you very much. Let me first share my presentation. Could you please let me know whether you can see it? Yeah, in the slideshow. 1 second. Yeah, is it all right? Okay, great, perfect. Thank you. So thank you for your kind introduction, and let me proceed with my presentation, which is actual perspectives on teaching, learning, and building the professional identity of language teachers from multilingual and multicultural viewpoints. We know that linguistic ecology of Europe has been changed with globalization, mobility, and transnational networking, and multilingualism is not perceived anymore as an exception, and Europe has become multilingual and multicultural. The problems, issues, challenges of non-native speakers have been overlooked and ignored, and previously non-native speakers have been perceived as deficient in terms of their linguistic ability and performance. I've been involved in the New Speakers Cost Action, which we, together with other colleagues, suggested a more positive view on non-native speaker and described them as new speakers, and linguistic diversity is perceived as a benefit for multilingual Europe. Being a new speaker means to adopt an additional language, personal adoptive language, and such multilingual speakers play a very important role in a multilingual Europe. The concept of new speakers proposed at this cost action. And this is the definition. New speakers from this perspective are all multilingual citizens who, by engaging with languages other than their native or national language or languages, need to cross existing social boundaries, revelate their own levels of linguistic competence, and creatively structure or restructure their social practices to adapt to new and overlapping linguistic spaces. The new speaker concept is a complex issue. It can be perceived differently in different multilingual contexts and in different countries. A new language acquisition, language use, and comprehension is adopted. In adopted language require complex mechanisms. New speakers enter into power relations with old speakers, native speakers. There may be some inequalities in terms of legitimacy and access to resources in the countries, and that understanding of the new speaker issue will be a benefit to economic, cultural, and societal development of Europe. Immigrants have to adopt the new language of their new country in order to integrate into the host society and be part of economic, social, and political life. The native speaker models in social linguistics and applied linguistics, linguistic anthropology, and discourse analysis state that only native speakers are legitimate speakers of national languages, and their status is associated with authority, correctness, and appropriateness. They can easily have access to economic resources, education, employment, and have social recognition. New speakers is a new label for non-native speakers, ALTA learners or users. It is based on the growing research in the area of multilingualism. And new policies that respect minority and migrant languages, language maintenance and transmission should be offered. The native speaker models should be adjusted and modified, taking into consideration the needs of multilingual population, new speakers of multilingual Europe. Here I would like to share some publications, for example, the Handbook of Research in Multilingual and Multicultural Perspectives on Higher Education and Implications for Teaching, and other publications such as Family and School Involvement in Multilingual Education and Heritage Language Development, which is a recent one, and another on multilingualism and multiculturalism, and other volumes by Springer, Multilingualism and Multicultural in Language Education, as well as Inclusive Education, Social Justice, and Multilingualism. Multilingualism, multiculturalism, and the internationalization of higher education are contemporary realities worldwide. Multilingualism and multiculturalism in higher education are multifaceted issues that require special attention. And multilingualism is important language learning policy. Social, professional, and educational training should be provided to both teachers and students in order to raise their awareness of the benefits of multilingualism and multiculturalism, intercultural communication, equity and equality, inclusive teaching, learning, and assessment. International collaboration, professional learning communities based on shared values and beliefs, foreign language learning, education strategies and techniques, and shared professional identity, and a person-centered view of teaching and learning. It is important to take the rise of English as a global lingua franca into consideration, as well as regional, national contexts that have local accent varieties, minority and immigrant languages, societal and individual dominant language constellations, and linguistic repertoires. Multilingual education can promote linguistic and cultural diversity, as well as cognitive, affective, and social development. It can also assist in overcoming a monolingual bias and can enrich learning and teaching experiences in higher education settings. It is important to focus on both top-down and bottom-up perspectives of multilingual, multicultural education based on conceptual and empirical studies that provide evidence in support of sustainable multilingualism and multiculturalism in higher education. According to previous research, many national education systems have undergone transformations over the past 2 decades and have incorporated multiculturalism, multilingualism, and diversity as important factors. Modern classrooms are linguistically and culturally diverse, thus reflecting the growth of international mobility worldwide, the revitalization of minority languages, and the changes in educational and labor markets, which promote global citizenship, multilingualism, multiculturalism, multiliteracy, and multimodality. Accordingly, new languages and skills need to be taught in the classroom. Multilingualism and multicultural environments affect the linguistic and cultural identities of individuals and their way of life. Higher education can provide bridges among these various linguistic and cultural realities, can assist learners to cope with certain social transformations, and can support their mobility, as well as facilitate the development of their linguistic and cultural resources, which is in line with the social, cultural, and political demands of present-day society. Tertiary education should promote diversity, inclusion, equity, and equality, and provide learners with the opportunity to develop their full linguistic, cognitive, and emotional potential. Certain challenges associated with the multilingual turn in education, as teachers need to cope with heterogeneous classes, new curricula, new educational legislation and language policies, changes in educational systems and institutions, disaggregation, and culturally diverse societies. There is a new requirement for instructors to teach students from different L1 backgrounds. Thus, teachers need to know about more languages and cultures in order to be more open and inclusive in their teaching, to use translanguaging, and to promote more mutual understanding in the classroom to overcome tension, stereotypes, and prejudices. Democratic educational systems are essential for promoting respect for the diversity of individuals and communities, as well as tolerance towards different cultures, languages, and religions, and for the support and management of multilingualism and multiculturalism. The task of educational institutions is to foster the concepts of justice, inclusion, belonging, and the identity of the students, to overcome alienation and isolation, which is in line with ideologies of social cohesion and civil society, as well as with the symbolic commemoration of multilingualism internationally and the constitutional embeddedness of differences and cultural heterogeneity in various countries' constitutions. However, the increase of intolerance and the ignorance of cultural and religious differences, racism, and xenophobia cannot be neglected, as this can lead to increasing prejudice and confusion. Fear and anxiety, segregation, nationalism, discriminatory practices, the perception of multilingualism and multiculturalism as posing a danger, threat, or risk and negativity. Educational institutions should assist in decreasing tensions and ambiguities related to the practice of inclusion to improve the relationship between majority and minorities in pluralistic societies, which is associated with the maintenance of social and cultural identities, power relations, daily struggles and realities, economic well-being, social cohesion, and the development of a civic multilingual society that is based on demographic, symbolic, and structural processes, in addition to the maintenance of social, political, and educational spaces. It is important to note that linguistic diversity in any society is reflected in its secondary and tertiary educational institutions, which in turn become sites of multilingualism and multiculturalism, as well as spaces for identity negotiations. Both schools and universities should respond positively to the changes in society and should be inclusive of different linguistic, ethnic, and cultural groups. And multicultural policies indication should be holistic and should embrace students, teachers, and other stakeholders, as well as members of the community. Multilingual and multicultural education presupposes the incorporation of complex policies and programs that address the issues of social and cultural inequality by being sensitive to multilingualism and multiculturalism. Multilingualism, multiculturalism, and linguistic and cultural diversity have cognitive, social, personal, academic, and professional benefits. For example, they have a positive effect on language development and language learning. The multilingual turn in education leads to higher levels of self-confidence and self-esteem among minority and immigrant students, and hence to their academic success. Multilingual classrooms allow students to develop their critical thinking and problem-solving skills, as well as their cultural awareness. A new educational environment is a challenge for some students, for example, immigrant, minority, or international students, and the task of the instructor is to support them to continue their studies via the medium of new languages or LACTs, to enable them to succeed in transferring their existing knowledge from one language or dialect to another, and to communicate, acquire new knowledge, and develop cognitively in different subjects. It should be noted that multilingual education and multilingual pedagogies have not been adopted in all countries across the world, particularly in geographical areas with less diverse populations. There is a need for educational and training programs for teachers and instructors in order to overcome the challenges of multilingual teaching at schools and universities. Language teaching methods, approaches, and techniques depend on the local context, the official language policies of the country, and explicit and implicit attitudes towards linguistic and cultural diversity. The role of families and communities, particularly parental support, should not be ignored. Linguistically and culturally responsive universities can implement translanguage pedagogies, content and language integrated learning, as well as information and communication technologies. They can assist their students in terms of cooperative learning, dialogic reading, and the development of metalinguistic awareness and competences. Multilingual classrooms give students the opportunity to be involved in reflective practice, to develop higher order critical thinking skills, and to increase their self-confidence and knowledge regarding various languages and cultures. Teachers need to be willing to update their knowledge, competences, and skills, and to be responsible for their own continuous professional development in order to support multicultural and multilingual education. Previous research showed that there was a lack of support and relevant training regarding multiculturalism and multilingualism, and that the teachers often needed to rely on their own resources. More training and guidance in combination with an inclusive institutional culture and leadership are needed, and multicultural education should combat discrimination and inequality, which can be accomplished with a positive attitude and the acceptance of linguistic and cultural diversity, as well as a reappraisal of personal and institutional ideologies, and perceptions, the introduction of policy statements, the cultivation of language and cultural tolerance, and a comprehensive multicultural education plan for professional and support staff. Here, I don't know how much time I have. I would like to share some results from the study on development of language teacher professional identity, which is one of the chapter in the Handbook of Research on Language Teacher Identity, which was edited by myself in 2023. The process of globalization and the spread of English as an international language have affected the process of teaching and learning, as well as language teachers' professional identity. And according to DeCosta and Norton, researchers need to implement transdisciplinary approaches in order to get insights into the work and professional identity of language teachers. Research on language teacher identity, LTI, can be viewed as a potential site of pedagogical intervention and an area of explicit focus in teacher preparation. This study investigated the development of professional identities of UTFL teachers in Cyprus. According to previous research, language teacher identity is related to educators' language teaching context, their practices, beliefs, and behaviors, and research on LTRs is based on psychological, sociolinguistics, and philosophical theoretical perspectives. As suggested by previous research, pre-service training is essential in terms of initial professional training, pedagogical, methodological, and sociocultural experience, as well as shaping of language teacher identities. It was found that continuous participation in professionalization programs brings benefit to novice teachers as they become reflective practitioners with an active role in class. In addition, previous research and researchers emphasize the role of teacher training programs and exposure of non-native English-speaking teachers to critical theories in combating the deficit discourses about nativeness and establishing of non-subordinated self-representation of native versus non-native English-speaking teachers. Apart from teacher education programs, teachers' early learning experiences and overall past experiences contribute to their development of LTRs, which is not a linear process as it incorporates social, cultural, contextual, and personal dimensions. As maintained by Norton, LTRs include the analysis of how a person understands his or her relationship to the world and how that relationship is constructed across time and space. Previous research on language teacher identities have examined such important issues as teachers' beliefs and attitudes, self-perception in relation to education, pedagogy, and their professional development. According to Clarker, 2008, teachers' professional development includes not only acquiring new knowledge and skills, but also creation of teacher identity. Professional identity is built based on input processing and learning of new teaching strategies, intake and use of this knowledge and practice output, as well as on agency and self-analysis. Various researchers have examined the link between teachers' development and their identities, emotions, and cognitions, as they are related to classroom management and teaching techniques, as well as teacher-student interactions and students' engagement and motivation. It is essential for teachers to understand better their current state of professional identities and their aspirations for future development and teaching practices, based on their practical and theoretical knowledge, experiences, self-cognition, beliefs, conceptions, and philosophies. The aim of this research was to contribute to the research in the field of LTI in Cyprus by reporting about the effect of academic training and teaching practicum on the professional identity trajectories of UTFL teachers in Cyprus. Here are our research questions. Which factors do affect the development of UTFL teachers' professional identity? And how is language teacher identity related to their self-perception as UTFL teachers in Cyprus? We implemented principles of qualitative narrative research, which allow to collect and analyze students' teachers' narratives on their learning and teaching experiences. The participants were 56 undergraduate students. We used the judgment sampling techniques. They were third and fourth year undergraduate students attending the teaching practicum course in Cyprus at Public University. It is actually part of a larger research project, and because the students, it was part of the action research, so the students had to prepare lesson plans as well as teach and observe their peers. And they had the opportunity to keep their reflective journals and to get feedback from their peers. Here, actually, this infographic shows, or graph shows the structure of the course, because the students had the input, the lecture, seminars, guided lesson observations. They were involved in peer observation, lesson planning, teacher practice, self-evaluation, tutor evaluation, and throughout the course they had the opportunity to fill in their reflection journals and blogs. Because I have a lot of slides, just for me to know how many minutes do I have, just not to take so much time.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So the research implemented qualitative method for data analysis, which allows to explore complex, diverse experiences and perspectives of teachers. And according to a previous research, a qualitative methodological approach is employed in order to generate knowledge that is socially produced and reproduced via an interplay of subjective and intersubjective construction. Right. We know that qualitative research allows the investigation of a social and human problem by an inquiry process of understanding, reflection, description, analysis, and interpretation. So we had a list of themes with relevant examples, excerpts of evidence, and finally an iterative analysis was incorporated to identify and refine the categories and themes and interpret them. So here we have the topics, themes, categories, and patterns. First of all, language teacher identities. We also focus on continuous professional development, theories of teaching and learning, lesson planning and delivery, self-evaluation, self-perception, classroom management, teaching, affective, psychological dimensions, and other. Let's move to the findings. The analysis of the data showed that professional identities of student teachers are affected by their past experiences, in particular their initial experiences as English language learners, their home environment, their education at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. For many of the participants, their decisions to become future EFL teachers was taken when they were pupils at school and their English teachers as role models for social behavior and their own subsequent teaching styles and preferences. And this finding is in line with the current research, as the development of LTR starts from the participants' positions as primary and secondary students. Let's have a look at the following examples. The source of my ideas about language teaching are the teachers and professors that I have dealt with throughout the years. There were some teachers that were memorable in a good way and some others in not such a good way. I cannot say that I haven't learned anything from them, but I can agree that some of them gave me the tools and the motivation to continue learning when things were not easy. It is obvious that the participants acknowledge both implicit and explicit influence from their former EFL teachers regarding their choice of future career, teaching methods, and techniques. And this corroborates the findings by Borg in 2004, as students, teachers have experienced many hours of observation of their own teachers in action. Apprenticeship of observation allows prospective EFL teachers to develop their professionalism of teaching, shape their own LTIs, replicate classroom practices, teaching methods, and techniques. First, students begin with a passive role in class as language learners, then they produce a more active role influenced by their learning experiences, social, educational, cultural settings, and shaping their own LTI trajectories. The analysis of the data, block entries, reflective journal entries, focus group discussions revealed that EFL teachers' identities are consolidated by language teacher education programs, specifically by their undergraduate courses at university. Here we have one example. With this particular course, I feel I'm growing as a teacher a lot faster than before. I can input my knowledge taken from other modules and insert them into my understanding of how to successfully teach English or any other language. Should I take the information and learn about language change and the development in young children into consideration? I feel like after the exercise whereby I teach lessons, my confidence will grow in this area and a sense of completeness will overcome me, or I can see this as binding the concrete to my career. Another example, the source of my ideas and inspiration is mostly coming from all the years of studying English as a foreign language, whether it was from the teacher herself, the material used, or even my classmates. However, I'm still getting many ideas and inspirations from my professors in university. The participants acknowledge the role of their undergraduate studies in their professional development, building and strengthening their LTIs. Different ELT courses provide ample opportunities to acquire new theoretical and practical knowledge, academic, social, and pedagogical skills, and to have a better understanding of their own teaching images and aspirations for future career, which is in line with the previous research. Language teacher identity formation is closely related to action, active approach to learning and teaching, the desire of students to be involved in reflective practice, teaching practicum, critical analysis, reaction to feedback provided by their instructors and peers. In their reflection journal and blog entries, prospective EFL teachers commented on their strengths and weaknesses and their aspirations for future EFL teaching career. The analysis of the data revealed individual differences among the participants and their self-images and LTRs, positive and negative sides of their self-perception as a teacher, and areas for improvement. Ability to communicate effectively and efficiently in class, to have a good rapport with their students, create a student-friendly atmosphere in class are considered to be important in order to be a successful teacher. In addition, organizational skills, lesson planning and classroom management skills, ability to listen to students and address their needs are essential. According to the participants, motivation, willingness, and desire to teach, patience, respect and trust, creativity, and enthusiasm are characteristics that professional teachers should have. At the same time, student teachers are concerned with the lack of teaching experiences and relevant qualifications, as well as their inability to deal with discipline issues in class. They feel that they need to acquire more theoretical and practical knowledge to overcome their stress and anxiety while teaching. Besides, the students noted that they need to enhance their self-esteem and to develop further LTRs. And let's have a look at the following examples. My strengths are not only my desire or passion for teaching, but and are the qualities that students seem to seek and demand from their teachers. I'm patient, I want to motivate students and not just be an absolute figure in class. I'm creative, respectful, enthusiastic, fair, and I feel extremely content when students manage to accomplish what they desire and be successful in class. I feel that I can have a good rapport with my students by maintaining the balance between having fun and strictness at the same time. Students will simply trust you and respect you because they know that they will be listened to with interest. The teaching practicum and relevant EFL courses at university facilitated students' professional development and LTI to experience real peer observations, implement theory in practice to have a better understanding of their strengths and weaknesses, to strive for improvement and development. And this provides further evidence in support of previous findings by researchers on a positive effect of teaching practicum. The teaching practicum and practical courses at teacher level contribute to their academic and professional growth, ongoing construction of their identity as EFL educators. And the student teachers have a better understanding of challenges and needs related to teaching profession and institutional identities. Students' teachers' professional identities are shaped by their experiences at academic, pedagogical, and personal levels. Their practical and theoretical courses at university, as well as teaching practicum, enhance their critical, reflective engagement, research-oriented practices, allowing them to become reflective and critical practitioners in their future. Well, I don't want to take a lot of time. Maybe I will go very quickly to the last points, to the discussion and conclusion very briefly. So overall, I need to say that this study aimed to investigate LTI of prospective EFL teachers in Cyprus and the factors that affect its development, as well as the relevance of LTI to the students' future teaching career. Regarding the first research question, it was found that students' past experiences, social, emotional, educational, play an important role in shaping their professional identities. It was found that early education experiences, having their English teachers as role models, allow the participants to implement similar practices in their own classrooms. More authentic teaching methods and techniques were acquired during their EFL training courses and teaching practicum at university. The results of the study suggested that the initial teacher's identity construction is closely related to teaching experience, guidance from the academic instructors and peers. LTI construction also depends on socio-cultural, contextual, and emotional factors, communication with their peers, experts, and professionals inside and outside classrooms, development of critical thinking, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation, and reflection. The study also demonstrated that the LTI of the participants is closely related to their self-perception as future FL teachers in Cyprus, and the students showed a high level of reflection and analysis, taking into consideration their strengths and weaknesses and areas for improvement, as well as their willingness to continue their professional development and to enhance their LTIs. Of course, the limitation of the study is its small student sample size and the focus only in one geographical context, and more research is needed in order to explore and understand LTI construction processes at the undergraduate level. It is important to continue this line of research and get insight into the context of professional development and postgraduate education with an emphasis on ELT, to have a comparative approach and include both pre-service and in-service teachers in differing contexts. There is an obvious link between teacher, language teacher identity, past educational social experiences, continuous professional development, critical analysis, and reflection. And it is essential to deepen our theoretical and practical knowledge in this respect, based on qualitative and quantitative research, and to promote professional development programs and improve both learning and teaching processes at various levels. This is Cyprus, for those who don't know where we are. And at this point, I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope that I was okay in terms of timing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you very much. And yes, spot on with the timing. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, I'm afraid.
Okay. It looks like Nadia's up next at 11:50.
Yes. Yes. So thank you very much, Svetlana, for accepting our invitation, and send our regards to CTER board of members.
Yeah, thank you very much for organizing this conference. I think that it's a wonderful opportunity for all researchers and practitioners to come together. So thank you very much that you do it every year. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. And welcome, Nadia. Nadia from Meta, Moldova. So as we have a few minutes, Nadia, if you would like to tell us something about your teacher association, that would be lovely.
Okay, so first of all, greetings. I'm not sure if I can say good afternoon or good evening. Maybe for somebody it's good morning, as I guess people from all corners of the world are present here. And thank you for having me here. I'm participating in this conference for the second time, and I have just like warm emotions and feelings about that. And I have got a feeling that we are like a big, I don't know, worldwide family of English teachers. And we speaking about my association, Moldovan English Teachers Association, we had an international conference in Moldova at the end of October, and there were representatives from Poland, from Greece, even from Japan, from Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, maybe some other countries. And I asked a question, do other teachers have such meetings on such a global scale, like math teachers or, I don't know, geography teachers? I hope they do, but I have never heard of it. So I'm very glad that all of us belong to this community and we have such regular meetings. And in the majority of cases, they're organized by teaching associations, which is really great. Well, and I belong to Moldovan English Teachers Association. It has existed for lots of years, and I got acquainted with it in the COVID period when everybody stayed at home and everything was online, and they organized a lot of online events, a lot of conferences. When I got acquainted with lots of international speakers who further I could see face to face, and it's a very nice feeling when you saw a person online several times and then you can speak to them personally. Well, and our association, I guess, like any other association, they organize regular events. They organize regular like season school, summer school, autumn school, winter school for English teachers, and it can be both online and face to face. And we have got a traditional international conference. So welcome to our conference. It will be great to see some of you here. Well, and I do hope that I will have a chance to attend your conference, which also takes place face to face regularly in spring. Like I know that it exists. I'm following. I hope I will have a chance to see you in person and to say all these words in person.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I'm going to leave you in the very able hands of Lauren, who will be monitoring your session.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm delighted to introduce Nadia Basimanova of the Moldovan English Teachers Association. Nadia is a passionate English instructor from the Republic of Moldova with over 20 years of teaching experience. Today, she will share some ways to make learning more engaging in her session, Edutainment in English Classes, Turning Drills into Thrills. Nadia, over to you.
Okay, thank you for this nice introduction. I'm sharing my screen. So my presentation will be much less academic, and I hope it's going to be fun for everybody. I like having fun with students, without students. So just a second. Okay, and I would like to involve you in my presentation, so I kindly ask you to be active on chat and play with me. So let's get started. Hello, I am the captain of a spaceship, so I have got a great costume. I'm going on a trip to the moon. Are you going with me? Everybody is here, no way not to go, for those who are already here. What are we going to take with us? We are going to need lots of things during this trip. My name is Nadezhda Bachmanova. I am going to take some nuts and bananas. What about you? And I kindly ask you to write in the chat box your name, your surname, and two things that you're going to take with you on this trip. So who is going to join me? You can have two things only. Whatever you want. These can be things or food. So does anybody want to take anything? Okay, Adriana Kota, thank you. So Adriana is going to take a lollipop and a hamburger. So Adriana, I'm sorry, I'm not taking you with me for a while. So you can't take whatever you want. So you need to follow kind of principle. So look, my name is Nadezhda Bachmanova. I'm not going to take a lollipop. I can't do that. I'm not going to take, I don't know, a laptop. I can't do it. I'm going to take nuts and bananas. So Miroslava Pavlova also, so camera and water. So again, sorry, right now I can't take with you. You need to choose some other things to take with you. So I'm waiting for other participants to join. So it's a game and you need to understand the rules of the game. And I simplified the task a little bit. So look at my post, look at my slide, the red letters. So who else is coming with us? Yeah, exactly, Adriana. You're right. So what are you going to take with you? Okay, and we have got, so apples, and sorry, the slides are changing so quickly. So apples and chocolate. So Adriana, welcome on board. Tahira Zairova is going to take tea and zip. Welcome on board. Okay, and thank you for all others who have reacted to this call. So welcome everybody on board. So some words about the captain. So I graduated from our local pedagogical university. I got my bachelor's degree and my master's degree here long ago in 2003. And during my career, I have worked both in formal and non-formal educational contexts. I started working in a lyceum, then I switched to a higher institution where I'm still working, the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova. And for a number of years, I'm a devoted member of our Moldovan English Teachers Association, which makes my professional life much more interesting. And I have always liked working for a language school because the essence of work is a bit different there. Like the motivation of students is different. So very often students in formal context, not all of them are motivated, and sometimes we need to make them study, which usually doesn't happen in a language school where everybody is motivated. And I usually work with adults, like higher age students and adults. So usually all of them are motivated, and the process is much more interesting and intensive when you work with motivated people. But anyway, I like working in any educational context. So this is short information about the captain. Ready, steady, go. So, and I often use this activity when I start a course with new students, we don't know each other, and I consider it a little bit too boring to say, hello, my name is Nadezhda Bachmanova, I am this and that. So I think it's much more interesting to start like that. And then people start sharing their names, what they take with you, and we continue our collaboration. So today I'm going, as you have already heard, I am going to speak about edutainment in English classes, turning drills into thrills. I like when the process of learning and the process of teaching is thrilling, somewhat thrilling at least. So edutainment. So there are two notions behind this word. What are they? So could you put it on the chat, please? So edutainment. This word incorporates two basic ideas. Yeah, okay, Lauren, thank you. Thank you. And others who have answered. Yes, it's education and entertainment. So I have found somewhere on the internet this idea and I liked it. A boring English lesson is like a sandwich without filling, dry and hard to swallow. Of course, we can eat such a sandwich, and if we are hungry, it will be good enough, but not the best type of food, maybe, at least for the majority of people that we would like to have. So it's much more interesting to have these kind of sandwiches with different types of filling. And elements of entertainment, they can make our lessons much more interesting. They can be like a filling for our lessons. So it's not maybe the most important ingredient. We can deal with simple sandwiches, but when we have them more sophisticated, the process is going to be much more motivating and engaging, both for students and teacher. Another idea related to the topic of my presentation, good education has got to be good entertainment. It comes from an American architect who belonged to a famous higher education in Massachusetts. So he knew what he was speaking about, like a serious guy spoke that entertainment is like very important for good education. And I completely agree with him. So today I'm going to speak about some edutainment moments, and we can use the elements of edutainment at any stage of the lesson and related to any activity that we need to do and related to any skill that we need to develop. So these activities, they can be focused on the topic of the lesson, they can be focused on vocabulary revision or development or grammar or pronunciation or some other important aspects of teaching and learning. So I often use edutainment elements when I introduce the topic of the lesson. So how I do it? So very often I use riddles. So have a look at all these riddles and try to say what it is. And I want to switch from my presentation to the real thing, how I am doing that. So I'm using WordWall, so it's a well-known platform. Lots of teachers know about that. So this is how I do it. If I have an interactive board in the classroom or when I teach online. If I don't have such a possibility, I just prepare strips of paper and distribute them among students. Everybody gets one or two, depending on the number of students, or a pair that works with one riddle. So, and let's do it. At least the beginning. So I come in many different colors all over the world. So what is it? So you can put your answers on the chat box. I'm here and I'm looking at it. So what can it be? Flag. Okay, thank you. Another one. People want me, and when have me, they use me by giving me to other people. What is it? So whatever that comes into your mind, which has some sense. Okay, I am great, Didina. Okay, money, another answer. I'm the root of all evil. What is it? What can be the root of all evil? Okay, again, money. Yeah, and we can go to some others, maybe. Okay, people need me for a rainy day. What is it? Okay, an umbrella. And like this, we continue with all the riddles, and some answers are repeated like it has just happened with the word money. Some answers are different. And at the end, I'm showing the answer. So every riddle is about money. And then we go back to the riddles. And we discuss every riddle, like kind of riddle from money perspective. So I come in many different colors all over the world. So what aspect of money is in this riddle, is tackled in this riddle? Okay, I'm waiting for your answers in the chat box, please. Many different colors all over the world. Banknotes, notes, yes, and there are different currencies and they look different. And we come to the term currencies. Then people want me, and when they have me, they use me by giving me to other people. So why do we give money to other people if we need it? Why do we do that? Yes, shopping. Yes, we need to buy something. We use money to pay for something. And here we can speak about functions of money, like it's the medium of exchange. So working for the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, I teach business English there. That is why some of entertainment activities, so they are related to business English. Well, then I'm the root of all evil. Why? Why is money the root of all evil or just of evil? What may be the explanation? Yeah, so some people are greedy and they want more and more money and they're ready to do like lots of bad things for it. People fight over it, they do crimes and steal, kill, etc., etc. Okay, I think we can stop here. And this is what we do when we start speaking about topic money, not just at business English lessons. This topic is quite popular at other types of lessons. Yeah, and we can discuss lots of aspects connected to money just using these riddles. Well, another set of riddles. Well, now you know the principle, but when people don't know the principle, the answers here are absolutely different, but we can change the task. So what is it? All the riddles are about one and the same word. Ice cream. Yeah. Thank you, Carmen. So it's ice cream. Okay. Different forms of ice cream, ways to sell ice cream, and so on. So, of course, I don't know, I have never had a topic about ice cream, but we often use market leader for business lessons at our institution. And there is a case study about a company producing ice cream and about the problems that they have, which we are supposed to discuss, which we are supposed to solve as a result of the lesson. So it's a nice beginning to start that case study. Well, I think so, and students usually support me in these activities. Well, all people like playing, don't they? Okay, and so these are brand riddles. So let's play with brands. Okay, so I'm a soft drink that's quite the hit. My secret recipe is kept under wheat. Okay, perfect. We have got answers there. Let's go here. I sell furniture, flat packed and neat. You build it yourself. Isn't that sweet? Yeah, IKEA. Thank you. I'm a fast car, often seen on the track. My logo is a prancing horse. That's a fact. Okay, here it is. Yeah, let's do one more. I'm a fruit, but I'm not to eat. I power your tech. That's pretty neat. Yeah, apple. Okay, and we continue like that, and we go through all the brands represented here. So the app that I use for this is named Woodwall. I'm repeating, and I have created, oh, sorry. I have created all these things on my own. Yeah, and I can show you all the tile bags. So these are the brands, and then we start speaking about the necessary brand-related aspects. So you probably have paid attention to the form of these riddles. So all of them look like poems, and I'm not so talented. I'm not the person who created all these poems, so ChatGPT helped me. So I just asked it, like, help me please to create poems about poems, riddles about brands, and this is what I got. If I didn't like something, I asked to provide another option, or just I didn't include it here. And the same you can do with riddles with the same answer. Also, it's difficult to find so many riddles. Actually, I did it, but when ChatGPT did not exist. So now this task is much easier. Okay, so one of the edutainment elements that I use in my classroom is riddles. So riddles here. Okay, well, one more riddle. Well, life begins and love never ends. What can it be about? Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Adriana, for putting the website on the chat. Yeah. So where life begins and love never ends. Any ideas about what could it be? Mother, yeah, agree. What else? Okay, one more, and the answer is the same. The ones who love you the most, the ones who drive you mad. Any answers? Family. Yeah, thank you, Tamara. So it's family. Well, and this is introduction to the topic family. And I sometimes like make as a purpose to find something funny to introduce a topic, like the ones who drive you mad. And then I can ask a question, do your family drive you mad? Like nobody has never said no. Everybody has said yes. What do they do? So they tell students tell quickly what they do. Of course, something that they can share, not too personal stories. And this is a nice start for the lesson. Okay, well, here it's about ice cream. We have already spoken about that and about brands. Okay, another activity that is connected with the topic of the lesson. So looking at the design, you can see what the topic of the lesson is. And sometimes we just need to organize a discussion, to ask questions, to get answers. And there are more interesting ways to do it than just asking questions and answering questions. And again, I use WordWorld to help me here. So let me show you how I do that. Yeah. So the game of love. Well, and it can be done as an introduction to the lesson, as a conclusion, in the middle of the lesson. It depends on your creativity, on your own vision. People like making choices. So that is why I offer students, make a choice, choose a number. So I'm waiting for one choice on the chat. So choose a number, please, somebody. Okay, Adriana has chosen number 14. Adriana is the most active student today. Thank you. So the best way to meet a partner, what do you think? What is it? And the person like can think a little bit, but these are not serious questions that require long speech, like a quick answer. And this is for adults. Well, maybe it can be adapted to teenagers, but maybe some tasks are not appropriate for discussing with teenagers. Okay, the person says, then I ask, does anybody want to add anything? And then we go to another person and another question to discuss. So somebody chooses, for example, number 3, qualities you don't want in a partner, and they say about that. And then another one, the best thing about being in a relationship. And like one person chooses, he or she answers, and then I ask, who would like to add anything? So do you have anything to add? Do you see the things in the same way or differently? And we are having a nice discussion using this support, this entertaining support. Okay. Another thing, also it's connected to the topic of the lesson, and also it was done on WordWall, but we can remain here on the slide. So these are some ideas about the USA, and the topic was the USA, I guess. You need to read an idea and say if it is true or false. Well, and students read, they say their opinion, and there is something that they know about, there is something that they don't know, but it's okay. If you don't know, we are checking your intuition, which is also good. And anyway, you will know the right answer. So I'm going to this activity here. So student choose, and they choose what they want to read. So I don't usually ask, read the first one, read the second one, read whatever you want. So you are responsible for your choices. I don't want to be responsible for your choices. And for example, somebody chooses this one. 50% of Americans don't speak English at home. So they say true or false, and then we check. So which is false. And we go through all these ideas and we do this word. So this activity is available on paper actually. So can I just print out and give out these sentences, but it's a little bit more fun to do it like that. More colorful and things. Okay, I am moving on. So very often I use pictures. And I try to do something interesting with the pictures. So I make collages and have a look at these 4 pictures, please, and say what topic they are related to. So you can post your answers in the chat box if you have an idea. So all of them are related to one and the same thing. Okay, if there are no ideas and it can happen live, thank you, Carmen. Yeah, definitely they are related to life. One more answer live. So what do we see in the pictures? What things do we see in the pictures? So write down, please. What is it there? Okay, yeah. So there is an idea about safeguarding, a life jacket. Yes, an anchor. Thank you. Yeah, and we can see branches and roots. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has provided all the answers that I need. But even if students say the words that are not relevant, that's good. We are revising the words. We are developing the vocabulary. And anyway, say, thank you. It's a good answer, but it's not what I need right now. I want another word from you. And we always get to the words that I needed at that moment. Yeah, and the idea which unites all these pictures is family. So all of them are somehow connected with family. So why branches? Families are like branches on a tree. We all grow in different directions, yet your roots remain the same. So branches and roots. And students read these quotes. Well, then why anchor? So it's something that holds us through life storms. Why life jacket? Because it helps us in the stormy sea of life. Okay, and again, the idea about roots, they help us stand tall and strong, and family does the same. And then I ask, what is family for you? So which association do you like best? Which association resonates with your family, with your inner world? And students comment on it, they develop their speaking skills, and it's done through their personal perception. So not just the question, what is family for you? So sometimes it's difficult to speak about abstract things and about very personal things, but like this, the conversation goes easier. Okay, another picture that I often show. So what is my motivation? So you can see me in these two pictures. So being a student at school, at university, I don't know, we were curious. We wanted to learn some details about teachers' personal life, like not too personal, but it was interesting for us to have a look at pictures, and Facebook did not exist back then, so we never saw pictures of our teachers. Well, that is why I consider that sometimes I can use my personal images. So two pictures, what's the difference between them? Also, you can put them on the chat box. So the differences between these pictures. And maybe we will get to the idea, to my idea, why I demonstrate it. Yeah, the seasons. Okay, well, I guess the season was the same, but they might be different. Yes, the weather. Yeah, like windy, not windy. And I ask questions like, what is the difference in terms of the weather? And students answer. Okay, sites. Yes, like the background is different. The place where I am, cities. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Lauren. The second is probably a selfie. So, and this is what I need from my students by showing them these images. So if they don't provide this answer, I ask, who took the first image? How do you think? And they say, maybe a passerby, maybe a friend. And who took the second one? It's a selfie. Yeah, we are going to speak about selfies today. So there is one of the topics in English file, elementary or maybe pre-intermediate level. So there is something about selfie. And I can ask, do you like taking selfies? And post your selfies, please, on our chat. Typically, we have chats with students, with groups of students. Post your selfies that you like. And at the end of the lesson, they describe their selfies. They speak about the context, the place, where they are, why they took it, and so on and so forth. And again, sometimes it looks nice when you start from one idea, when you start a lesson from one idea, and you finish the lesson with the same idea. So like at the end of the lesson, we return to this topic, to these selfies, photos. Okay, so it's not just me who shares photos, students also share their photos, those who want, of course. Okay, well, another set of images and another collage. So what kind of place is it? So all these images, they were taken in like different places of the world, but the place itself is the same. Airport. Thank you, Adriana. Yeah, it's an airport, yet it might look like a museum. And usually when I have classes with Moldovan students, they quickly recognize, so these are the sculptures from our local airport. That is why it's better to show them one by one, starting from less known airports and finishing with your own airport, your local airport, if there is something like that available. And the topic of the lesson is traveling by plane, airports. So, and we can like continue it by discussing what do people do at airports? When was the last time when you were at the airport? Do you have any sculptures in your airports if it is a multinational group? Yeah, okay. Another good way to have kind of fun is to spot similarities and differences. So you can see two similar images, but they are not exactly the same, and we can discuss their similarities and differences, and it's very appropriate here to use Venn diagram, which you can see at the bottom in the left right hand corner, sorry. Yeah, and students can work in pairs, they can work in groups, or it can be an open class discussion and teacher just makes notes on the board, or a student makes notes on the board. So we discuss similarities and differences, and then I can tell where I took these images. So there was a remake project. So it was the idea of Canadian artist Jeff Hamada. So he asked readers to remake a famous work of art as a photo, and hundreds of people took part in that project. And the results of these projects are available on the internet. If you enter remake project and the name Jeff Hamada, you will find some other images, and you can find something appropriate to the topic of your lesson, which can be discussed. So some other images that I found and that I sometimes use during my lessons, like it's the city life, maybe, I don't know, going to a cafe or after work activities, something like that. And here also these images are available in the textbook, so it wasn't me who found them. So these ones I found on the internet. So you can explore and you can find some useful pairs that might be used at your classes. So another idea about using collages. So every picture transmits one and the same emotion. So what emotion is it? I made this collage by myself. You can see at the bottom the website which I use, Photo Joiner. So it's very user friendly. You just need to upload photos, images, and you find the images on the internet. You upload those which you want to combine in a collage, and you can make a collage consisting of whatever number of pictures you want, like 2, 3, 4, and more. So what emotion do we see here? Who wants to play? Stress? Yeah. So this is the right answer. Usually it doesn't happen like that. Usually they say they're worried, they're nervous. Yeah, but the right answer is stress. And there is a lesson which is devoted to the topic stress. We are going to speak about stress. So why are they stressed? How do you think? Or what makes you feel stressed? And then we do something more serious. Okay, another collage. What country is it about? So who would like to answer? Australia. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, that's Australia, and there is a lesson about Australia. And how did you get that it's Australia? And students explain. They speak about size, they speak about animals, but they don't speak about all the things that they can see here. So this is how I start the lesson about Australia, and this is a ready-made collage that I found on the internet. And at the end of the lesson, or at the end of a session of lessons about Australia, we come back to these collages and they add some information. So, or they just say what else they learned about Australia. It could be just, what do you know about Australia? And students share, but it's more interesting, more fun to do it like that when there is visual support. Okay, very often I use quotes. And here I also want to jump to a website. So how I do that? Okay, let's start from this one. So I demonstrate quote beginnings and students should complete the quotes. So let's start from the first one. The only way to do great work is... How would you finish the quote? I'm sorry, I'm making you work a little bit. So the only way to do great work is practice. Thank you, Tahira. Any other ideas? Creativity. Thank you, Ainur. Thank you, Peter. To prepare and practice. Patience. The only way to do great work is patience. So, of course, students don't write, so they say about that. Yet it's possible to arrange it as a writing activity. So we have got consistency, trying hard. Okay, and then what I do, I show the original. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. So the idea comes, the quote comes from Steve Jobs. Well, another one, so I can send it down. Another one, good things come to those who wait, but better things come to those who... And we can use the last idea from LTEM MK, try hard, who try. Adriana, thank you. Okay, who act, like everything is about action. And then I show the original. So better things come to those who work for it, and those who love it. Yeah, I know, I absolutely agree with your idea. And so this is a lesson about jobs, about work, and usually how I do this, I start from 2 quotes at the beginning of the lesson, then we do things, and at the end of the lesson there are 2 more quotes. Sorry, and here I need to do it like that. So the best way to appreciate your job is, and I can make it a bit smaller here. Okay, yeah, Lauren, thank you. I see 5 minutes remaining. Okay, and I'm showing you how it is possible to work with this app. So you can create these sticky notes, you can cover something, you can open it, reveal it. Yeah. So this is what I do. So students finish the ideas that they see in the quotes, and again we can do something like that with absolutely different topics. Yeah, about languages, it's interesting about learning languages. And another way to use quotes, so also which I use, so I cover one and the same word. So which word is covered here? No, sorry, it's not. Sorry, it's not one and the same word. So these are different words. These are just quotes related to money. Actually, and here there is one and the same word. So what can it be? Money and money will blah 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 you. And it is one and the same verb, and it's a money verb. It is often used to speak about money. And while working on this topic, money, we work with the verbs that can be used about money. And students usually quite quickly come up with their ideas. So it's save money, and money will save you. And here there are things that are worth more than money, and there are lots of answers here. And students suggest their answers, and then I show what it is in the original. Friends and family are worth more than money. Well, so I like having fun, and I can show you lots of things. Unfortunately, there is not much time to do it right now here. So I have spoken, and this resource is named Linoit, the website Linoit, where you can post your pictures, you can post videos here, you can post these sticky notes, you can write something there, you can invite your students and write there on that board. So it's a nice resource. Well, we can use proverbs and like puzzles to make students think and restore proverbs related to the topic of the lesson. So we can play a little bit here. So have a look at these images. What proverb is hidden there? If somebody has got an idea, you need to think what we see here and the sign and what it is. Yeah. So we can see the right answers on the chat. Money doesn't grow on trees. Yeah, this is the right answer. Okay, and another one, which I like. It's somewhat funny and very short and sounds like a poem. Okay, so I am showing it to you. So to save time, no money, no honey. And the last one is a very popular, reflecting American lifestyle very often. Yeah, time is money. Okay. So lots of things depend on the creativity of the teacher. There are lots of templates available on Woodwall, which you can use to create any games you want, connected with grammar, connected with the vocabulary, with different things. So you can create just a set of pictures, students name what they see, and you flip the tile and they see the word, if it is vocabulary, if it is something related to the vocabulary. When there is topic animals, you can take a picture and using paint application, cover a part of the image, and students say, first of all, what animal they see in the picture and what is hidden there. And then you show, and you are revising animals. So I'm just quickly going through these images. And I try to find something fun, something to make students laugh, because when you learn in a positive way, you understand everything better and you memorize everything better and you learn more efficiently and you teach more efficiently when you see feedback, when you see good mood coming from students. Okay, and it can be something connected with grammar. So it can be just a picture with nice ideas to make students speak, not just to say, make some sentences. It can be something related to pronunciation. Tongue twisters are a good way to do that. And what I do with tongue twisters, so I hid some words little by little, and at the end we come to know what's it all, and students say it. well, and I don't have time to speak about other things. And I want to say one final thing. So lots of nice ideas can come from this platform. I actively use it. So there are lots of types of activities, including games. So you can take games and then you can use some apps, or you can use just paper, or sometimes you use nothing to organize these fun moments during your classes. And I would like to finish with the idea that play is our brain's favorite way of learning. Let's play. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much. We had lots of nice comments in the chat, cool resource, excellent activities. Your activities are fabulous.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And they make our professional life more engaging, more interesting, more fun, and students learning as well.
Wow, your classes are fun, I'm sure.
Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much,
Thank you for
Nadia.
having me. Thank you for having me. Hope to see you in person.
Yeah, we hope so too. Yes, unfortunately, we can't make it this year, but I hope we will be able to go to your wonderful conference in the near future.
Yeah, I do hope. I do hope. Yeah, it will be lovely to see you here.
Okay, so coming up now is Barbara Horvath. I hope I'm pronouncing your name, your surname correctly.
That's Horvath, but Horvath is okay.
All right. So we have 10 minutes until we start. If you would like to try your presentation to see if everything is working well, that would be lovely. And maybe you can tell people a little bit about TESOL Hungary before we start. And then I will leave you in the very able hands of Lauren.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so first I will try out my PPT words. So I will just mute my hope it can be seen. Can you see me or can you see my presentation? What can you see now?
We can see both.
Both. Wonderful. That's wonderful. That's the best option, actually. Okay, wonderful. Okay, some words about or some sentences about our association. First of all, welcome everybody and thank you so much for having me here as a presenter. Actually, TESOL Hungary is planning several events in the upcoming months. For the spring, we are planning to organize some webinars for our members, and not just for our members, but for international participants as well. And we'll be working on planning a summer course if it is possible. We will see our opportunities, and actually our biggest event is our annual conference in October. This is going to be on the very first weekend of October. So and we are not sure about the venue yet. We will see, but more information will come out soon for the members. Okay. Okay. And yes, one more thing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be there with you at your conference in March. So now I know who actually Annie is, because we have actually have written several letters to each other. So now I know the face as well.
Yeah, it's always lovely to put faces to names. Many a time, that's the problem. We exchange emails with lots of people, and we never really get to actually see them.
Yeah.
But it's lovely to actually see you now.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm very looking forward to being there with you. This will be actually my very first time. So.
Oh, lovely. So we have to celebrate that.
Yeah, we will. Definitely we will. We will. Okay. I just need to.
Yeah, we still.
Okay. This way. Okay. Okay. Maybe people can just go out to the kitchen, have something to drink, or grab a nice cup of coffee or something. It seems everything works nicely. I don't know whether we have Hungarian participants here. Hopefully, yes. I think I saw Peter saying, just like a couple of minutes ago. Peter Hall is saying. And I think I have seen Tamara as well, Tamara Matic.
Tahiri says that the picture looks like the seashore of her hometown.
Good.
One of the cities in Iran.
Oh yeah, it is like the seashore of my hometown. Wow, good. Yes. Yeah, we really need something now. It's pretty cold here in Hungary, so these pictures can just give some kind of nice feeling, nice memories they bring back. Yeah.
What's the temperature now in Hungary? Quite
Around
cold,
zero.
right?
Around zero.
Oh.
Yeah, it's quite cold.
Yeah, and I
quite
complain
cold.
because we are at 7 here in Salamanca.
Oh.
Well, it can be quite cold here too.
Oh yeah, and there's a Spanish flag. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Wow.
Maybe it's somewhere in the south of Spain.
Oh yeah.
Looks like Andalusia.
Maybe, yeah. Brazilian flag. Yeah, there's a Brazilian one as well.
There looks like, yes, it is definitely the Brazilian flag over the Spanish flag.
Okay, that's gonna be a long journey then.
Yes.
Especially if we take this bus.
Oh, right. Well, maybe, Lauren, if you would like to introduce Barbara so that we don't take time of her talk, that would be
Certainly.
lovely.
All right. Hello. I'm delighted to introduce Barbara Horvath of TESOL, Hungary. Barbara is an experienced EFL teacher with over 20 years of teaching practice. In her session, Cool Tours in the EFL Classroom, Barbara will explore how we can integrate culture into English language teaching in comprehensive and meaningful ways. Barbara, over to you.
Thank you so much. Then I guess I can start. However, we have two more minutes. We will see. Hopefully people are already here with me. So again, thank you so much for having me as a speaker. It is my pleasure and my honor to be here with you today. Yes, I've been working as a teacher for more than 20 years now. And I started as a primary teacher, and still I think this is the biggest, or yes, the biggest part of my whole identity. So when I start something new, my primary teacher glasses are on, and I really try to examine everything from that perspective. And I think this will be quite like visible during my presentation. I'm also a university teacher now in Budapest at Eötvös Loránd University, and I teach culture-related courses. And this is like a beautiful journey now for me, teaching teacher trainees how to address cultural issues in the classroom. And if you are ready, to travel with me in the following 30 minutes, then you will need two things actually with you, one or maybe three. So a piece of paper or something you can write on, either a pen or a pencil, anything, and then a mobile phone. Okay, these two things. So may I ask you to find those objects, and then we can, if you are ready, then we can start our journey. But in order to start the engine and hop on the bus, actually, you will need a bag. So first of all, I would like to ask you to draw a bag. It can be any kind of bag, a sporty bag, an elegant bag, okay? But make sure that actually this bag has 4 pockets, okay? And we will fill these pockets during our journey, okay? Just draw a bag. And while you are drawing your bag, then I can't see now whether it steps or not. Does it step? I cannot really see it. Sorry, guys. Don't know what happened. Can anybody help me? Actually, does my PPT step? Because I cannot see whether it steps or not. I mean, it worked, but now it doesn't really do anything. And I really don't know why. What could actually happen? Maybe, sorry, just draw your bag and I will figure out what to do now. Okay, just a minute. I will try to stop sharing. And maybe if I share it again, then you will be able to see it. I don't know what happened. Okay, now let's see. This way. Okay, okay, okay. Can you see my slides now? And can you see me? Hopefully, yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Then I think I will stay in this kind of setting because now I can step my slide. Okay, just make sure that everything works. Okay, so now hopefully you have your bag with the 4 pockets. And let's see where we are going to stop, what our stops going to be. First, we will take a look at some definitions of culture. Then we will take a look at some models of culture. And also we will take a look at how actually culture is presented or manifested in different course books. And finally, I will show you some implementations, different implementations of culture. So now, first of all, if I say or ask you to somehow define what culture means for you, what would you actually, what ideas would you put in your bag? What would those words be? What would your definition be if you want to define culture for yourself? What would that be? So if you could use that piece of paper, would you be so kind as to put those ideas in the bag so that we can move on with our journey? And while you are collecting those ideas, I will tell you the definition that actually I use in my classroom, either with my primary students or my tertiary students. So for me, culture is not just superficial things, but it's more about how people behave, what beliefs they have, what values or value system they have that they bring from their families. And definitely these behavior patterns and beliefs and values are acquired by a group of people, and this is just passed on from generation to generation. Of course, actually, it can be modified, but these are like the ones that people bring from the family. So now if you have your definition, then we can just move on quickly. So this is the whole cultural iceberg model, and this is something that I'm sure you have already seen, because actually this model has been applied and adapted for so many different things. Now it is applied for culture, to understand culture, and actually Hall thinks that culture can be divided into two parts. There is a surface culture that is quite easy to see for everybody. These are, I don't know, the different holidays and festivals we have. This is the literature, this is the music. So this is something that is quite visible, and I'm sure you have some ideas regarding Hungary as well. For example, we are like people who like, I don't know, having fun, and our traditional food is like goulash or something, but these are very superficial things and they do not say too much about our real culture. What really counts is actually under the surface, that is quite difficult to see. And if you take a look at the slide, these are the different roles and rules that people actually bring from the family. These are the body language that we use, and I will not just read all of these ideas, but these are that really count when we try to understand each other's culture. There's another one, actually, and this is the interpretation of Tomalin and Stamplesky. It's quite similar to Hall's idea. So again, culture is divided into two different parts. There is the small C culture and the big C culture. Big C is similar to the one of the Hall's model, the upper side of the Hall's model, so the literature, history, and education. And what is like more invisible, that is the small C culture, the different values, the attitudes, the beliefs that people have. What I actually use as a more complex interpretation when I use culture in my classroom is actually Hofstede's interpretation, because he actually views culture via 6 different dimensions. And these dimensions are like understood in a, let's say, 1 to 100 kind of spectrum. And these are the following. The power distance index, individualism index, masculinity index, uncertainty avoidance index, long-term orientation index, and indulgence index. And I will tell you actually what they are and why they are actually very important in the case of classroom settings. So the first one is the power distance index. There are people who really love hierarchies, and they really want to know where actually they are, at what level they are at different hierarchies. And there are students actually in our classrooms who really need leaders, us teachers as leaders. And they really want to feel this kind of power coming from the teacher, that everything is controlled, everything is in their hands, and they will arrange everything. And they appreciate you and they respect you. But there are like other students who work more like better in flatter groups, which means that their parents and their family members are handled or treated as like more equal members. For example, I have a student, Bertie, of course it is a pseudonym. Bertie's parents actually treat him as their friend. And all of the family members are pretty equal. He doesn't have a very strong mother figure. He doesn't have a very strong father figure. They are all equal. So actually, Bertie works in this kind of settings. So if I want to interact with him effectively, then I need to accept that this is the rules and roles that actually he brings from his family. The other index is the individualism index. So again, there are students who are very happy to work in groups. They are very happy to be members. share responsibilities, support each other, work together nicely. But there are other students actually who prefer working as individuals. And I had a wonderful student, Luisa, who actually was pretty individual in her work. And each time when we asked her, I mean, me and my colleagues asked her to work as a member of a group, she just refused it. She felt very uncomfortable and she felt frustrated. And we had very long discussions over this issue, how we can actually solve this, let's say, problem. And then we decided to offer her opportunities to work together with her mates. But if she feels comfortable, then she can work alone, because this is, again, what she prefers. And we do not have to, we do not need to force her. So again, this is something that we should be aware of if we have such students. The next index is the masculinity index, which means that there are students who actually prefer the achievement, the individual achievement, who prefer status, who prefer money, and they really work hard for achieving these things. But there are other students whose focus is more on like the quality of life. They want to feel fine, they want to feel comfortable. And I have this wonderful student, Mark, whose parents are high status people, doctors, and actually he was raised in a family where money and status are the most important actually that a person can work for and the person can achieve. Therefore, in order to understand his ways of working in a group and in the classroom, I need to know these kind of rules and roles that he brings into the classroom. Another index, this is the uncertainty avoidance index, which means that those people who are high at this spectrum, they like the very strict rules, the very rigid frames, because this is how they feel comfortable in classroom settings. So they need clear instructions, everything needs to be arranged very visibly and understandably in the classroom. Those who are just like low at this spectrum, they can very nicely work in like just prompt situations, ad hoc situations. They can actually, they are the innovative ones, they are the more creative ones who can actually work with uncertain situations very nicely without any problem. But my dear student Tommy really needs the frames, because if I did not, or I do not provide the frames for him, then he feels frustrated and he's absolutely unable to work in the classroom. So this is again something that I need to know. As for long-term and short-term orientation, those people, there are people who can actually set goals and work for achieving that goal for a longer period of time. But there are other students or other people who need actually or need very prompt feedback, very prompt results. And we had a student, Dominic. He was a wonderful, wonderful student, finished his primary studies with flying colors, and we really wanted to convince his family to let him go to a secondary grammar school. But in his family, job was more important to getting a job as soon as possible, and then to have a family, to have children as soon as possible. And again, we had long discussions with our colleagues, but then we finally had to accept that, again, this is a value or a value system that he brings from the family. And maybe if Dominic is like motivated enough, then later he will be able to continue his studies at a university. Now he's a wonderful plumber. And now the last one is indulgence and restraint. It is about whether you really want to enjoy life and live it to the fullest, or you say work first, and then if I have opportunities or if I have time, then I might find some ways for enjoying life. And again, I have this wonderful student, Christoph, who is there, who enjoys each and every class, but when we come to, okay, we should do something, then he's the one who tries to actually escape. So now, we have the bag, and if you happen to actually find a student among yours who is quite similar to one of the ones that I have already mentioned, then maybe you can put your ideas, or maybe you can just put your name in your bag, and then we can carry on with our journey. So now I would like to show you two very nice tools that you can use. One of them is a country comparison tool. And here the Hofstad's model of culture is used. So now if you use if you scan the QR code, then it will lead you to a website where actually you can see and you can take a look at the results of your own country, how actually your country, let's say, functions on the different dimensions of Hofstad's dimensions, so where actually it can be placed on the different spectrums. And the other one is, I think that's much more interesting, which is about you. Because if we say, okay, Hungarians are like this, or Spanish people are like that, it's just like so superficial and oversimplified. It's much more interesting to find yourself actually where you are at the spectrum. And there are 36 questions altogether that you have to answer. And then you will actually be put on these spectrums. So first, I would like to show you the comparison between Hungary and Spain. So we are like quite similar regarding the different dimensions. However, there's one with a great difference, which is the motivation towards achievement and success. So this is definitely something that we have to discuss at your next conference, whether it is really that different or not. Are we really like more motivated than you are? However, I don't think it's true. And the other one I would like to show you, it's also a very interesting one, by the way. These are my results, my own results. So if there is anybody here from Norway, then hello, I'm quite similar to your country's results, which means that actually, as for power distance index, I'm somewhere in the middle, but definitely I'm closer to the individualistic part. And yes, it is absolutely true. Also, I'm quite like feminine, more feminine. And as for uncertainty avoidance, again, I'm somewhere in the middle, but definitely I'm long-term oriented. So I love setting goals and then working hard for it, no matter actually how much time it takes. And as for indulgence and restraint, again, somewhere in the middle, maybe a bit closer to restraint. So yeah, sometimes I can be like a workaholic person and forget about having fun and just work. My family could like tell stories about this. So if you have actually any results, I know it takes some time to go on with answering those questions. I will share the PPT, so you will be able to do that later. But definitely, if you have some ideas regarding this, I would be happy to see them. So now let's see what can be found in the course books. And I talk about Hungarian course books, primary course books. So when we have to read something regarding culture, it's either something about the royal family or something about food or music or sport or I don't know, the dress code or uniforms. And I'm sure these are the topics that will not make any bridges between the students. So if instead I address issues regarding all the things, all the different cultural dimensions that I have mentioned, then we would be able to build those bridges between our students and between teachers and students as well. And our work would be much more effective and much more successful if we actually understood those ideas and those concepts that they bring, students bring themselves with in the classroom. So let me show you now actually 5 nice ideas you can work with. If you want to work with the disadvantaged students, there are QR codes under each of these items, so you can use them. There are the resources for you. So if you want to work on the topic of disadvantaged students, then there is this very wonderful stand in a line game. Also, students with disabilities, when you try to activate your senses, and then there is a very nice game for this as well. Also, if you want to address some religious issues in the classroom, then there is this draw a typical Catholic person. How would you do that? Absolutely nonsense. Draw a typical Muslim student. How? So yeah, so these are when we again try to get rid of all those superficial ideas above or on the top of a whole iceberg, and we try to concentrate on the bottom part, really. Sexual orientation, which is, I know, a very, very risky topic, especially now in Hungary, definitely, and I know in other countries as well. And I'm sure that it needs really appropriate kind of ways to address such issues. So yeah, it really needs preparation to address such issues in the English language classroom. And as for races, I don't like this races because I think there is only one race, one human race, right? No matter what skin color we have. But if you want to address such issues, then this peeling the potato game is a very wonderful task to do when you bring potatoes into the classroom and let students name them, try to create an identity around that potato. And then while they are doing something else, you just peel the potatoes and ask them, okay, find your own potato. Which one was it? So outside we are different, but inside we are quite the same. It might sound a bit like horrific, just like removing the skin or peeling the potato, but it can be something that they will remember nicely later. So then, if you have found something that can be used in the classroom or just an idea that was interesting for you, or you would like to talk about either with your colleagues or with me later, maybe in Spain in March, then just put that idea into your bag. And if you are ready and open, I would be very happy to take a look at your bags, how they are filled with all those ideas that I have mentioned, or actually I have managed to generate with this presentation. And if you are interested in other things to maybe to discuss with me, then here you can actually find my contact details, and I would be really, really very happy to talk about such issues with you later or do some projects on it if you are open and interested. And if you have any questions regarding these ideas, I'm very happy to discuss them. I think we have like maybe 5 more minutes. So I'm going to stop sharing, and sorry for this. I really do not know why it didn't work the way I wanted to, but hopefully you could enjoy it. Okay, any ideas? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm pretty interested and curious about the bags. So if you are ready and happy to share the bags, then I would be happy to see them. Or if you have questions, I am here.
Thank you, Barbara. While we are waiting for the questions, let me thank you for this very, very interesting presentation. And really, I'm very much looking forward to meeting you in person in March. Yeah, and I'm sure that we will be sharing bags all around.
Okay.
Yeah, really useful.
Thank you so much. Okay. Just I'm checking the sources. Love them. Wonderful. Okay. Good. Okay.
So please feel free to ask questions, make comments, reflections.
Yeah, anything. Maybe the results of the model. I mean, the comparison tool, the country comparison tool, whether they are really appropriate or true for your country. We will see. Okay. Then if there are no questions, then I really thank you so much, and I can't wait to meet you in person in March.
It will be great. It will be really lovely to meet. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we can wrap it up if there are no questions. Oh, here, Valentina. There's a message for you.
Much appreciated your insights into the synergy of culture and language. Your perspective really highlighted how deeply interconnected cultural understanding and language learning are. Yes. And how this connection can enrich both teaching and learning experiences. Definitely, definitely. Definitely, it is true.
Yeah.
Okay, then thank you so much. Maybe you will have some time for grabbing another cup of coffee,
another cup of coffee,
or a quick lunch, or something.
Well, yes, we are after the next session. We will have time for lunch. Well, for some people, it might be a bit late. For us in Spain, it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Timetable for meals here in Spain is a bit crazy. It was talking about culture. It was a cultural shock for me and my children when we came to Spain, because we come from Argentina, and in Argentina, meal times are more similar to the rest of Europe. I mean, we don't have lunch at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, everybody would be starving, or I don't know, gnawing at benches and chairs and tables by that time. At least in the provinces, for example. Well, it might be different in Buenos Aires, but I am from the south of the province of Buenos Aires, and in the provinces, we tend to have lunch at 12:30, and dinner at maybe 9, but not the same time as here. I remember when we came here, and we waited for the youngest to come back home after school. And my eldest son was desperate because it was around 3 o'clock. And by that time, my eldest son had already 3 lunches because he was starving. So in our case, it was a kind of cultural shock. I don't know about other people. Lauren, did you find it difficult to adapt?
Yes. I mean, it was a long time ago, so I don't quite remember.
Well,
but
in my case too, 22
it's been
years
difficult
ago.
over time. Yeah.
Yeah. But right now we are used to this, and sometimes I find it very convenient to have a late lunch because I have a long morning to work. So it's let's say work-wise, it's very convenient.
It is.
But it's something that you have to get used to. Okay, so once again, thank you very much, Barbara. And
thank you.
Coming up now, we have Marija. Marija is already with us. I don't know how to pronounce your surname, Marija.
Maria, okay.
Maria.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't pronounce your name
No
right.
problem. It always happens, okay? Don't worry.
So Maria.
Yes. Okay, from ELTAM MK. I'm together here with my moderator, Christina Leova. We are both part of our English Teachers Association of Macedonia, ELTAM MK. So maybe Christina would like to say something about our association and ourselves. By the way, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are very delighted today to be part of this event, and we are looking forward to more events like this in the future.
Thank you. Let me just thank Lauren for monitoring these past sessions. I know that she has to leave. Thank you, Lauren, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Christina, please.
Yes, thank you. As I've said, thanks to Lauren and other presenters, it is a very fruitful conference, as I might say. So I would like to say good afternoon, and on behalf of ELTAM MK, the Association of English Language Teachers in North Macedonia, I would like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to take part in this TESOL conference. It is our first time, so yes, again, it is a great pleasure. So ELTAM MK celebrated its 25th Jubilee last year, and our main scope of work refers to organizing regional and state competitions for in ELT for primary and secondary schools. There is professional training for English language teachers, conferences, seminars for development of their skills, and creating opportunities for our members to attend conferences abroad and to participate in seminars, workshops, and other gatherings. So it is my great pleasure to announce our speaker for today, Maria Jonova, who is, apart from her professional engagement and achievements, a valuable member of the executive board of our association. So she's Maria Jonova, a Master of Arts in TESOL, focuses on supporting learners with dyslexia in English language teaching. She's the founder of a private language school and also specializes in business English and developing adult speaking skills. Currently, she's pursuing a second MA in archaeology, antiquity, and the Faculty of Philosophy. She's passionate about innovative approaches to teaching, including outdoor learning and creative methodologies in ELT. So again, my pleasure. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'll be sharing the presentation.
We still have time, so if you want to say something else,
okay.
I'm amazed. You are doing an MA, or you have an MA in archaeology.
Well, I already have an MA in TESOL, teaching English as a second language.
Yeah.
This is my my second one. Actually, I'm currently preparing my thesis. Okay, it was let's say a love of my childhood. I didn't enroll at the Faculty of Philosophy when
We
I should
share
have.
a passion, my dear.
Yes. And I don't know, a couple of years ago, let's say 2 or 3 years ago, I decided to pursue not a career, but maybe to realize my childhood dream. Okay.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's something I could seriously consider. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because I wanted to be an archaeologist when I was a kid, when I was in secondary school. I mean, primary and secondary school, and I wanted to study archaeology, but it wasn't possible in Argentina. And of course, my family couldn't afford to send me to study in Europe because I remember that my father thought about sending me to Britain to study or to Greece, but it was financially not possible. So something that I've always had there in the background.
But it's never late, so it's never late, so you can.
Never too late. You're right. That's wonderful.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes left.
Yes, we have. So if I don't know if you would like to tell us a little bit more about what you do. Why, for example, what attracted you to special education, to people with special educational needs, to social emotional learning? What was your motivation?
Well, as Christina announced me, introduced me, I have my own private language school. And as it always is with private language schools, we have students with different capabilities, abilities, and also problems and difficulties. For the past, I don't know, more than 10 years, we have students also with special needs. They're all included. My focus was dyslexia. I don't know, I became interested in it not a couple, but maybe 20 years ago, or maybe more than 20 years ago, when I started working as a teacher. I had students that were back then struggling with, reading, not just reading, but processing and also writing. So I got somehow interested into that topic and field. And later, when I decided to pursue this career, to start my first MA in English, I already knew that I should specialize and focus in this field, like dyslexia and ELT, only in that domain.
Right.
I don't know about Spain and Argentina, but here used to be kind of a taboo topic, not so much research. I think it still is, but there are colleagues working on it, specialists, also experts, SEN educationalists. So for now, for the past 5 years, they have been raising this awareness and doing the most they can about this.
Yeah.
So, and in a way, I started this to help both my students who struggled with these kind of problems, dyslexia particularly, my colleagues, teachers. Most of them need some help because it's a kind of, as I said, for them, a relatively new topic. Also parents. So in a way, kind of to help the triangle of students, teachers, and parents in this. Okay,
Yeah.
and that's why I got interested in it. And through learning all these processes, how to help them, how to teach them to read in a different way, and how to process information, there were many creative approaches, among which was outdoor learning. Actually, in the school where I used to teach before opening my own school, we also organized events like this. The focus was maybe more recreational, but as time went by, I got interested more in the theoretical background of it, and the actual usage of it is not just recreational to go out and do something outside, but also to use all these possibilities and to learn and to acquire and improve your language. So in a way, they are connected. On one slide, I'll be mentioning only dyslexia, but I think it's applicable to all students, both regular and those with special educational needs. So
thank you, Maria. I'm sure that your presentation is going to be extremely interesting and useful.
Yeah.
So, without further ado,
yes, thank you
let's
so
rock and
much.
roll. Even if it is a bit early, but I think that there are lots of people already in the room, and we are all eager to listen to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me share my screen first. Can you all see it? Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, you can see.
Yes. So Christina will be paying attention to the chat box. So we've chosen today as a theme this topic, Beyond Four Walls, Outdoor Learning in the English language classroom, or in the classroom, in the English classroom. The idea or the concept, actually, let me just first give you a short overview of the presentation, the concept, what it offers, the theoretical foundations behind it, the relations, what we are more interested in, our focus here. English language as a second language or as a foreign language, its key elements. Then I'm going to show you some research results. We'll see the benefits and how it is integrated into the curriculum, all the challenges and solutions. I will offer also a list of activities that are frequently in use and that have potential. And as a school, as part of my private language school, what we have done so far, kind of a special selection of several photos. Okay, so the concept was introduced in the 1950s, with the intention of bringing children closer to forests and fields and teaching them to respect nature. So now used extensively throughout Scandinavia. Germany and Japan. The target group are children within the range of 7 to 16 of age, and compulsory outdoor educational activities are incorporated into the curriculum, into the regular curriculum. And we come to the section what it offers. So in language classrooms, okay, it offers a meaningful way to raise environmental awareness and reconnect with nature. Taking lessons outside provides variety, supports different learning styles, and creates memorable multisensory experiences. So even without access to large natural spaces, teachers can use small local environments or bring nature into the classroom through videos, sounds, plants, even meditation. Outdoor learning can be seamlessly integrated with regular lesson plans by adapting existing activities or organizing nature-based tasks such as photography, environmental walks, crafts, or visits to certain facilities. Okay. And what are the theoretical foundations behind? Okay, so the theoretical basis of outdoor learning draws on educational theories that highlight experiential and environment-based learning. John Dewey's theory of experiential education argues that learning is most effective when students actively participate in meaningful experience and reflect on them. Making education a continuous reconstruction of experience. Outdoor learning aligns with this view by placing students in natural settings that encourage hands-on engagement, critical thinking, and collaboration. It also corresponds with Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, particularly spatial, bodily kinesthetic, and naturalistic intelligences. By allowing learners to physically interact with their surroundings and observe natural phenomena, outdoor learning supports diverse cognitive strengths and enriches the overall learning process. The social dimension of outdoor learning is grounded in Vygotsky's social development theory, which emphasizes the importance of social interaction in cognitive growth. Outdoor learning encourages collaboration through group tasks and problem-solving activities, creating opportunities for meaningful communication. This supports language development by placing learners in authentic, social contexts where language is used purposefully and naturally. So it's not just for recreational purposes to go out, not to be in the classroom, but it has to be meaningful and purposeful. All right, and here is our topic, why it interests us. So outdoor learning supports English language education by creating opportunities for contextualized and meaningful language use. Instead of relying solely on memorization, learners can practice language in real situations, such as describing objects in a garden or following instructions outdoors. These environments naturally promote key language skills, listening, speaking, and reading through authentic tasks like discussion, reading signs, or navigating spaces. So outdoor settings also enhance motivation and curiosity, helping students engage more deeply with the language. By connecting classroom learning to real-life application, outdoor learning strengthens communicative competence and aligns with the principles of communicative language teaching. Overall, it provides an engaging and holistic approach that supports both language acquisition and broader learner development. Additionally, it reflects a shift towards holistic and learner-centered education. So I have pointed out on this slide the key elements of outdoor learning. As mentioned previously, experiential education, authentic real-world language use. We have holistic development. It's learner-centered, enhances cognitive and social skills, and there is deeper language acquisition. So how to apply Dewey's, Gardner's, and Vygotsky's views? Outdoor learning is a meaningful, reflective, and socially interactive method of language education. Emotionally and socially, outdoor learning reduces first anxiety, then it builds confidence and creates a more relaxed atmosphere for authentic communication. So these theoretical foundations support outdoor learning as a meaningful, reflective, and socially interactive method of language education. It benefits English language students cognitively by improving attention, memory, and problem solving. And enhancement of cognitive functions. So outdoor learning provides important cognitive benefits for English learners by enhancing attention, creativity, memory, and problem-solving abilities. Kaplan's attention restoration theory explains that natural environments help restore directed attention by engaging the mind effortlessly, reducing mental fatigue common in indoor classrooms. Improved attention supports better concentration and memory retention during language tasks. The dynamic nature of outdoor settings also encourages problem solving and critical thinking as learners navigate real-world challenges using the target language. Additionally, physical movement in outdoor activities boosts cognitive functions by increasing blood flow and supporting brain health. Together, these factors make outdoor learning a powerful tool for strengthening the cognitive processes essential for language acquisition. And language acquisition is done in natural context. So one key advantage of it is the ability to support natural context-rich language acquisition. It provides meaningful situations in which learners can connect with vocabulary to real objects, actions, and experiences, making language more memorable and relevant. Describing natural scenes or interacting with their surroundings help learners reinforce vocabulary through concrete associations and adapt their language use to varied contexts, unlike traditional classroom learning, which can be abstract, disconnected from real-life use. This kind of system or style encourages authentic communication, such as giving directions or narrating events, and the sensory and physical aspects of outdoor settings also act as strong memory aids, enabling learners to recall language more effectively. Overall, outdoor contexts create a rich environment that promotes practical, flexible, and lasting language acquisition. Okay, and here are some research results. In one study conducted in 2021, this one reports the students who enjoyed outdoor education experienced increased standardized test scores, enhanced attitude about school, improved in-school behavior, improved attendance, and overall enhanced student achievement. Whereas in another study, in a 2024 research entitled Teaching English Through Outdoor and Nature-Based Activities for Primary School Students, in one school in Uzbekistan, Temurov and Golovko carried out vocabulary assessments. Students completed short vocabulary tests before and after each outdoor unit to measure vocabulary acquisition. These tests focus on nature-related terms, descriptive words, and action verbs relevant to the outdoor activities. Here, research has shown that outdoor learning can significantly enhance vocabulary retention among students by providing direct sensory-rich experiences. So in one study, a lesson on plant life conducted in the school garden helped students learn words such as stem, leaf, seed, and by physically interacting with these plants, by touching them, observing them, handling them, students were able to form stronger cognitive associations with the new vocabulary. And this hands-on approach resulted in an average improvement of 35% on post-lesson vocabulary assessment compared to lessons taught solely in the classroom. Stimulating creativity and critical thinking. Outdoor environments provide rich sensory stimuli that stimulate creativity and critical thinking in English learners. Unlike controlled classroom settings, the outdoor offers unpredictable situations that prompts learners to use language creatively. For example, inventing stories from objects found in a park, improvising descriptions based on their surroundings. Such creative tasks deepen understanding of vocabulary and grammar and support divergent thinking, an important cognitive skill in language learning. Outdoor settings also encourage critical thinking by presenting real-world challenges, such as following clues, navigating a space, solving problems using the target language. These activities require learners to analyze information, make decisions, and apply language meaningfully. So overall, outdoor learning strengthens key cognitive processes, memory, attention, and problem solving, while promoting natural language acquisition and stimulating creativity and critical thinking. This combination makes outdoor learning a highly effective approach that enhances both language proficiency and broader intellectual development. And then we come to the emotional and social benefits, okay? So the first thing would be building confidence and reducing anxiety. So a major challenge for our learners, English language learners, is language anxiety. So they feel blocked, okay, sometimes, and especially when speaking in front of others. So outdoor learning can help reduce this anxiety by providing less formal, more relaxed environments where learners focus on meaningful engagement rather than perfection. Okay? Nature's calming effects combined with physical movement and freedom in outdoor activities lower stress and encourage learners to take risks, experiment with language, and speak more confidently. Over time, these experiences build learners' confidence, which can improve their performance in traditional classroom settings. Another important segment of this emotional and social benefits focus is the social interaction and language practice. So outdoor learning environments provide rich opportunities for authentic social interaction, which is crucial for effective language learning. In these settings, learners often work together on tasks, solve problems collaboratively, or explore their surroundings, which naturally increases communication and encourages the practical use of the target language. This again aligns with Vygotsky's 1978 social development theory, which emphasizes that learning is a socially mediated process where interaction with peers and more knowledgeable individuals supports the acquisition of new skills. Outdoor learning encourages cooperative activities in which learners exchange ideas, negotiate meaning, and give feedback, enhancing both language development and important social skills such as teamwork, empathy, and of course, communication. Furthermore, outdoor activities allow learners to practice language in authentic and real-life context, what we mentioned previously, such as giving directions in a park, describing objects that we mentioned. And the dynamic and sometimes unpredictable nature of these outdoor environments requires learners to use language spontaneously, so they don't come prepared, they do what they do on the spot, which helps develop their communicative competence. So by combining social interaction with meaningful context-based language use, outdoor learning fosters both linguistic and social growth, making language practice more relevant, engaging, and effective. And it also promotes well-being through nature, okay? By leveraging the positive effects of natural environments on mental, emotional, and social health. Exposure to nature has been shown to reduce stress, improve mood, and boost motivation, all of which are critical for effective language learning. In outdoor settings, learners often experience a sense of freedom and relaxation that is difficult to achieve in traditional indoor classrooms. The sensory richness of natural environments, the sights, sounds, smells, provides a calming backdrop that helps alleviate the pressures and anxiety often associated with learning a new language. And this stress reduction is particularly important because high stress can impair cognitive functions like memory and concentration, which are essential for language acquisition. Beyond reducing stress, outdoor learning can enhance also motivation. Natural settings stimulate curiosity and desire to explore, which encourages learners to engage more actively with the material, persevere through challenges, and participate fully in language activities. This increased engagement can improve language proficiency and foster a positive attitude towards learning. Moreover, by associating language practice with enjoyable, low-stress experiences, learners develop a favorable long-term attitude toward using the language in real-world context. So, in addition to these emotional benefits, outdoor learning also strengthens social interaction by providing opportunities for, as we said, collaborative activities, encourages learners to, again, communicate, exchange ideas, practice language authentically, and this combination, as mentioned before, of reduced anxiety, enhanced motivation, and meaningful social interaction creates this kind of holistic learning environment, which is kind of welcoming and supportive to all language users and language learners. Education is more inclusive. Here we come to the section dedicated more to special education learner students. So outdoor learning provides unique opportunities to support inclusive education, recognizing that all children are unique and learn in different ways. Traditional classroom settings can sometimes limit these differences, and for children with special educational needs like dyslexia and ADHD, they may even exacerbate stress or feelings of social and academic difference. In contrast, outdoor learning creates a more flexible and engaging environment where all pupils can participate together in a variety of activities. The sensory-rich nature of outdoor experiences allows children to engage with learning in multiple ways, reducing reliance on a single mode of instruction and accommodating different learning preferences. This inclusivity ensures that every student, regardless of ability or background, can gain from the activities and participate meaningfully. Okay. And yes, in essence, outdoor learning extends the principles of inclusive education into dynamic, real-world settings, as we said, allowing all pupils to flourish together, no matter where they're special education needs students with some impairment or regular students. And everybody benefits from both the cognitive and sensory experiences that outdoor learning provides. And so English teachers can make the most of this learning style by instruction through physical activity. They can organize field trips and educational visits, even environmental walks, okay, through creation, photography, exploring and peer teaching, and also crafts. And next thing is how to integrate this into the curriculum. So incorporating outdoor learning into the curriculum requires, first of all, careful planning, but when done thoughtfully, it can become an integral and highly effective part of language education. So the key to successful integration is ensuring that outdoor activities, as we said, are purposeful, aligned with learning objectives, and adapted to the available resources and context. So the first thing is aligning tasks with the learning objectives. Every activity should have a clear language learning purpose, whether it is practicing vocabulary, reinforcing grammar, developing speaking fluency. For example, if the goal is to practice descriptive vocabulary, a lesson in a garden or a park allows learners to describe plants, flowers, other natural objects, providing a meaningful context for language use. So aligning activities with objectives ensure that outdoor learning is not merely recreational, but constitutes or contributes directly to the language acquisition. Next thing is to use local resources and context, but sometimes we cannot use them as they are, so we have to adapt them and adjust them to suit our needs, to suit the needs of the curriculum and the learning objectives of the whole lesson. So outdoor learning can take place in a variety here of accessible environments. It could be done in the school garden, in the schoolyard, in a local park, okay, even on a rooftop, or if the school has it, a garden like this, urban spaces, even marketplaces, it could be the closest one to the school. These locations offer rich real-world context, stimulate learning, and provide diverse opportunities for language practice. A visit to a botanical garden, for example, can help learners develop descriptive language, while a walk through a market allows them to practice listening and speaking by interacting with vendors and navigating real-life situations, learning all the vocabulary, etc. By leveraging local spaces, teachers can create engaging lessons without needing specialized facilities or resources. And the third one would be incorporating outdoor elements into a regular lesson. Oftentimes, as I said previously, you have to adapt and adjust the settings and activities to fit the curriculum and vice versa. Of course, there are a lot of challenges. Among them are these, okay? So logistical issues, safety concerns, and resistance to change or getting out of your comfort zone. Logistical issues are often a primary concern when planning outdoor activities. Factors such as unpredictable weather, transportation difficulties, limited availability of suitable outdoor spaces can complicate lesson execution. To mitigate these issues, teachers should develop contingency plans, such as having alternative indoor activities ready in case of adverse weather conditions, scheduling activities during favorable seasons, and choosing accessible locations can also minimize logistical barriers. In terms of safety concerns, taking learners outside the controlled classroom environment introduces potential dangers, potential hazards that must be anticipated and managed. Teachers should conduct thorough risk assessments of outdoor sites, identifying risks such as uneven terrain, exposure to weather, environmental hazards, and take appropriate measures to mitigate them. This includes setting clear behavioral expectations, providing adequate supervision, communicating safety protocols to learners and their guardians, parents, everybody involved in the process. The third thing would be a resistance to change or getting out of your comfort zone. That can also hinder the adoption of outdoor learning. Some educators may be reluctant to deviate from traditional classroom methods due to unfamiliarity with outdoor teaching strategies, doubts about the effectiveness of this approach, or concerns about managing students in less structured settings. Overcoming this resistance requires professional development opportunities that educate teachers about the benefits of outdoor learning and equip them with practical skills and implementation. Sharing success stories, research evidence, examples of positive outcomes can further encourage acceptance and enthusiasm among other educators, and in a way it can be contagious, and everybody would like to try it or to experiment with it once in a while. Here we have a list of strategies, okay, or important steps to take. So successfully implementing outdoor learning in our education requires educators to adopt deliberate strategies to overcome the common barriers of logistics, safety, and resistance to change. One of the first and most important is securing administrative support. So school leadership plays a crucial role in allocating resources, adjusting curricula, and addressing logistical challenges. Teachers can advocate for outdoor learning by presenting research evidence of its benefits, sharing examples of successful implementations in other schools, and demonstrating how other outdoor learning aligns with the school's educational goals. With administrative backing, outdoor learning initiatives are more likely to receive the necessary support and resources for effective execution. Another strategy is using local resources. Even in urban settings, nearby parks, gardens, other accessible outdoor spaces can be leveraged for educational purposes. Teachers can build partnerships with community organizations, municipal parks, or nature centers to gain access to these locations. Also, local experts, environmental educators can be invited to participate in the lessons, enrich the learning experience with specialized knowledge, and provide authentic real-world context for language use. And adapting activities to suit different environments is also essential. Outdoor learning does not require large, expensive natural areas. Even small spaces such as school courtyards or rooftop gardens, if the school has any, okay, can be utilized effectively. The key is designing activities that maximize the learning potential of the available space while still promoting meaningful language practice. To address safety concerns, teachers should conduct thorough risk assessment, as mentioned previously, before taking the learners outdoors. This includes identifying potential hazards, exposure to the elements or environmental obstacles, and developing strategies to mitigate these risks. Clear communication of rules and expectations to students, again, is essential, including instructions for staying within designated areas and following safety protocols. And another key feature or a key factor to take into consideration is maintaining a low student-to-teacher ratio during activities. This can also ensure proper supervision, minimizing the risk of accidents, better support, and creating a secure environment for learners to engage confidently. The last thing is professional development and training. These are critical for reducing resistance to outdoor learning among educators. Workshops and training sessions can provide teachers with the practical skills and confidence needed to manage outdoor activities effectively. These sessions may cover topics such as lesson planning for outdoor settings, strategies for maintaining engagement, and techniques for integrating outdoor experiences into the language curriculum. By enhancing teachers' competence and comfort with outdoor learning, schools can foster a more receptive and enthusiastic attitude toward this innovative approach. So activities that are usually or frequently in use are scavenger hunts or treasure hunts, storytelling and role play. By the way, you can design a lesson plan by implementing all of them or integrating them all. And these are other activities that I'm proposing that we have done in our school, like museum visits, libraries or visits to a library, even archaeological sites, garden centers, team building activities, mountain or lake days, okay? Local farms, visit to a local farm. I mean, working also there with and helping out parks, malls. The school gym can help here. I remember in the COVID period when we used to have so many teacher training online, one particular teacher, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. She stated that she has her English lessons in the school gym. So all these activities, I mean, especially for younger levels and younger age groups, they have English classes in the school gym. Again, zoos are here, an important venue to be explored, marketplaces, and of course, picnics. Okay.
Maria, before you continue, I have to remind you that there are 5 more minutes.
Okay, so I just have 2 more slides. I mean, one slide in the photo gallery. So the benefits, exploration outside the realms of the school. There is teamwork involved, real-world problem solving, cherish the natural environment, catering to different learning styles and intelligences, develop autonomy, cooperative skills. We also have kinesthetic learning, community stewardship, imaginative play becomes learning with an inquisitive mind. There is a cross-curricular learning or CLIL. Also, practicing academic tasks like note-taking, labeling, classifying, referencing, and of course, there is academic performance. So, on my next slide, we will see what we have done so far, like a selection. Okay, so once we went to the astronomy lesson, we visited a planetarium. As I said, we visited Museum of Archaeology. We had a lesson there accompanied by a scavenger hunt. So students had a list of things that they should find or they should discuss or learn about. I remember with one group, we learned the passive voice there. We have also had lessons outside when learning about places in the city or parts of the traffic. So learning about the roundabout. Here we have photos of autumn picnic that I think we had in the post-COVID period. Mentioning plants in the previous premises of the school, we used to have this kind of avocado garden. We don't have it in the new premises, but hopefully we'll have them in the future. We've also organized photography sessions with one adult group. We had Pilates lessons where I used to go to Pilates lessons. Okay, visits to a park and exploring the park, doing activities there connected to the unit. Probably the unit was based on something in the park, so we decided to take the unit, to learn the unit there. Another one, like incorporating different values. Also live values, the barking mouse, we created this kind of school drama or school play, which was performed in the garden of our school. Another visit to a museum with different ideas and with different lesson plans and goals. We often go to libraries or to bookshops. This was one of them. And in the second one, you can see a visit to an archaeological site where they also had to create some kind of a play. Actually, we had Shakespeare month last year in 2025, actually this year. And on this site, they had to connect archaeology, history, and Shakespeare, or produce a kind of a long-lost Shakespeare play based on the archaeology, archaeological data and what we know about Shakespeare and his plays. This is what they are doing. Another visit to a museum, treasure hunt. All right, and as I mentioned previously, we had to move from one premises to another. So we organized a team building activity where students, most of the students, both adult and younger students, helped in moving out. So this is a poster from that period. Here we were making some bird feeders for the winter, okay. Another visit to a book fair, and before and also we also had this kind of before and after challenge, visiting the same archaeological site in 2015 and now in April 2025. So more or less that's it. Here is a list of references, or if you need my presentation or any questions, I'm glad to answer them to you. This is my email, and once again, thank you. Okay, Christina.
Perfectly on time.
Perfectly on time.
Yes, wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful and wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. So
Thank you so
interesting.
Thank you.
So interesting. Any questions? Just one or two questions only. Please show the references again, says
Okay, I will.
Natalia.
Yes, just give me a second. Am I sharing it? No.
No, it's the previous one.
Just a second. Okay, the references here they are. Is it okay like this?
Let's see.
I
Yes.
think it's better, yeah, if I zoom in.
Yes.
Okay, here they are.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Also, the pleasure is mutual. Thank you once more.
And well, if there are no more questions for this session, now we have time for lunch, at least in Spain. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock Central European Time. That is 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. I hope you rejoin us, because in the last leg, we are going to have Melis from TESOL Turkey, Georgios from TESOL Greece, Rob Howard from TEFL Poland, Ludmila from TESOL Ukraine, Sylvia from HUPE Croatia, Juan Rafael from MEX TESOL, and yours truly from TESOL Spain. So have a nice rest and see you back at 3 o'clock Central European Time. Enjoy lunch or the free time. See you later then.
Bye.